Chapter 3995. Let's go. Now let's go to the battlefield. I heard that Jiang Chun and the others have come to the Sky Cloud Realm again, and there are several unfamiliar faces. Maybe your old enemy is among them, the white-eyed wolf said, turning his head to look at Lungzuin's residence. His eyes flashed, and then he waved his hand to open a space-time tunnel. If it's really these people, then you can't just stand by and watch. Dong Xingyang smiled faintly. Aren't some people very powerful? Why are you asking me for help? The white-eyed wolf glanced at Mu Qing, and then entered the space-time tunnel without looking back. What are you so proud of? Mu Qing snorted secretly. When the all-seeing eye evolves, let's see if you will beg me? The all-seeing eye has the ability to see through all things and see through illusions. In the battle against the Divine Kingdom, the all-seeing eye will definitely play a key role. But looking at Mu Qing's current attitude, it would not be easy to get him to cooperate in the future. In the attic. After chatting for a while, Longchen looked at Longzuin and said, Mother, I'll take my leave first. Okay. Longzuin nodded. You will stay with Mother from now on. Longchen looked at Linglong and said, Okay. For Linglong, staying with Longzuin was of course what she wished for. Because of this, not only could she protect herself with the cover of Longchen and the others, but she could also get an unexpected opportunity. Immediately, Longchen turned and left. Brother, wait for me. Longqin hurriedly chased after him. Go do your thing, don't follow me. While speaking, Longchen opened a space-time tunnel and walked in without looking back. Longqin stopped in front of the tunnel. She could have followed in, but seeing Longchen's serious tone, she hesitated. Just as she hesitated, the space-time tunnel dissipated. Battlefield. Not far away, on the top of a giant mountain. The white-eyed wolf and a group of people walked out of the space-time tunnel and stood on the cliff, looking at the battlefield. On the battlefield, there was a familiar figure. It was the white-haired old man from the Feng people. This person was a reclusive old antique of the Feng people. His battle prowess was extraordinary. Although his opponent was not of the God clan, his strength was also very strong. It was hard to tell who would win. The white-eyed wolf glanced at them briefly before looking up at the sky above the battlefield. Yun Xiang sat cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes to recuperate. Opposite. Jiang Yinshuang also sat on a palm-sized chair and narrowed his eyes. Strange. The white-eyed wolf frowned. What is it? Everyone was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf looked at the several 100,000 people of the Divine Kingdom and asked with a frown. Why don't I see Jiang Chun and the others? Yeah. Where are they? Ancestor Mo and the others looked at Pei Tianhong and the others. Because Pei Tianhong and the others had been on the battlefield, they should know the situation. We don't know where they are either. Back then, they only appeared for a short period of time. After that, they never appeared again. Even Ryuko rarely came to the battlefield in recent years. Pei Tianhong shook his head. Could it be that they are in seclusion in the core area? Ancestor Mo frowned. I'll go to the core area to take a look. The white-eyed wolf opened another space-time tunnel and descended in the sky above the core area. In the mountains, there were towering trees everywhere, full of vitality. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Ryuko rushed out from the mountains and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. He frowned and said, What are you doing here? You really think this is your territory? Don't forget, this place is under the jurisdiction of my Sky Cloud Realm. I can come and go as I wish. Do I need your permission? The white-eyed wolf sneered. His divine sense rolled out and covered more than half of the core area. What are you looking for? Ryuko raised his eyebrows. I heard that Jiangchun and the others also came to the Sky Cloud Realm, so I wanted to visit these old friends. The white-eyed wolf laughed. You're so kind? Ryuko sneered and said lightly. They have already gone back. Gone back? The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help but look up at the gate of the Divine Kingdom suspended above the clouds. Ryuko said indifferently. The last time they came to the Sky Cloud Realm, they were purely here to watch the show. After watching the show, of course, they would return to the divine kingdom to cultivate. Watch the show? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. This answer was really a bit unexpected. He then retracted his gaze and looked at Ryuko. Is that all? Ryuko heard this and his heart trembled. Could it be that the golden-winged wolf king had already noticed? Impossible. They had never made this matter public, and it was impossible for it to be leaked. This guy must be here to trick him. Thinking of this, Ryuko was extremely calm and said lightly, What do you think? I thought you had some unspeakable secrets. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Your imagination is too rich. Ryuko smiled and said, Since you're already here, why don't you go down and have a seat? In fact, I've long wanted to have a good chat with you. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said jokingly, What is there to talk about between us? Don't be so absolute. Ryuko laughed and said, For example, if you follow Qin Feiyang, you can only dominate the sky cloud realm at most, but if... Before Ryuko could speak, the white-eyed wolf said, But if I follow you, not only can I dominate the sky cloud realm, but I can also dominate the divine kingdom. Is this what you want to say? That's right. I've investigated your situation. 6 supreme laws. It can be said to be shocking. Now you have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the death law, the karma law, and the time law. No, you also got the ultimate mysteries of the space-time law from me last time. So, now you have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the 4 supreme laws. If you master the ultimate mysteries of the destruction law and the life law, then you have 6 ultimate mysteries. 6 ultimate mysteries of the 6 supreme laws, plus your battle soul, you're almost invincible. However, if you rely on yourself to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of the destruction law and the life law, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for many years. Ryuko smiled. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed and asked, From what you said, you have the inheritance of the destruction law and the life law? As long as you join the divine kingdom, you'll have everything you need. And I always believe that there are no eternal enemies in the world, only interests are eternal. Ryuko spoke frankly with assurance. His eyebrows were full of confidence. He didn't believe that the white-eyed wolf wouldn't be tempted in the face of such temptation. Big brother agrees. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Hearing this, the smile on Ryuko's face grew wider. How about this? You express your sincerity first and give me the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries of the destruction law or the life law? The white-eyed wolf looked at him teasingly. Do you think it's possible? Ryuko chuckled. Why not? Now that you're the one who's inviting me, you have to show your sincerity first. Who doesn't know how to make empty promises? Or do you think I look like an idiot and can be easily fooled? As soon as I hear about the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries, I run to you and flatter you? The white-eyed wolf said with a smile. Ryuko raised his eyebrows. Let me tell you. The idiot isn't me, it's you. Since you've investigated me, you should know about my relationship with little Qin Z. If you know, then why are you still saying this to me? If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Although I agree with you that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, it depends on who the other party is. Even if you give me the entire divine kingdom, don't even think about destroying my relationship with little Qin Z, let alone 2 inheritances. The white-eyed wolf smiled contemptuously and opened a space-time passage. But it's really fun chatting with you. I'll come find you next time. After saying this, with a laugh, the white-eyed wolf entered the space-time passage without looking back. Ryuko clenched his fists and his expression darkened. He said word by word, Let's see how long you can be arrogant. At the top of the mountain, seeing the white-eyed wolf come back, Pei Tianhong immediately asked, Is he in the core area? No. I heard from Ryuko that he has returned to the divine kingdom. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. He returned to the divine kingdom so soon? Everyone was surprised. Wait. Where are Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing? The white-eyed wolf scanned the top of the mountain and did not see Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing. Wang Changyuan said, They seem to have something to do and have to leave for a while. Something to do? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He shook his head and said, "What can happen to them? At the border area? In a mountain somewhere? Are you sure?" Mu Tianyang and Long Chen stood opposite each other and looked at Long Chen in surprise. Mu Qing stood beside Mu Tianyang with a look of surprise on her face. "Of course. I've never joked." Long Chen nodded. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other with joy in their eyes. They asked, "Who is it?" Long Chen smiled and said, "I'll tell you as long as you agree to my previous conditions." Hearing this, the two immediately frowned. "I'm not in a hurry. Think about it carefully, and come to the dragon's nest to look for me. The benefits I promised to give you are still valid. But before that, you must not go to the battlefield again." Long Chen reminded them. "We can't go to the battlefield again." Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed and he frowned. "Don't tell me that our old enemies are on the battlefield now? That's impossible. We just saw the people on the battlefield. None of them made us feel repulsed." Mu Qing shook her head. "Anyway, you can't go. Otherwise, you will definitely be targeted by them." Long Chen smiled and said. He opened the space-time passage and turned to leave. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing watched Long Chen leave and frowned. Should we believe him? When the space-time passage disappeared, Mu Qing turned to look at Mu Tianyang and asked. From the confidence he showed, it should be true. Mu Tianyang whispered. Then what are we hesitating for? Anyway, we don't have a good impression of Qin Feiyang. We might as well cooperate with him and evolve our battle souls as soon as possible. Mu Qing said. What's wrong with you? You can't be so unprincipled. Although we have a personal grudge with Qin Feiyang, he has taken care of us over the years. Mu Tianyang glared at him. Taking care of us is also because of us, the war souls. If we didn't have the all-seeing eye and the evil eye, do you think he would care about us? Mu Qing snorted coldly. Yes. What you said makes sense. But not for the sake of the monk. If Qin Yuan hadn't helped us in the great Qin Empire back then, he would have become a wandering ghost long ago. So I have to think about this matter carefully. I'm warning you. Don't be careful. In short, without my permission, you are not allowed to take any action in private. After saying this, Mu Tianyang turned and left. It seems that the ancestor has been influenced by the demon ancestor and Dong Xingyang and has become indecisive. Looking at Mu Tianyang's back, Mu Qing couldn't help but sigh deeply. Chapter 3996. When the two returned to the top of the mountain, the white-eyed wolf turned his head and glanced at them. Didn't you have something to do? Why are you back so soon? It's nothing serious. Mu Tianyang shook his head and smiled. What about the other sky cloud realm in the Divine Kingdom? They have returned to the Divine Kingdom. It seems that it will be difficult for you to find your enemy. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Hearing this, Mu Tianyang sized up the white-eyed wolf. He was trying his best to help them find their enemy. If he really cooperated with Long Chen at this time and schemed against Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf behind their backs, he still felt a little uneasy. Sigh. Mu Tianyang sighed inwardly and smiled. Anyway, they have returned to the Divine Kingdom. It's useless to be anxious now. Moreover, you have been running around for so long for our matter. Why don't I invite you to Tianwei restaurant for a few drinks? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He turned his head and looked at Mu Tianyang. At least you have some conscience. Mu Tianyang couldn't help but laugh. He did hate Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf because Shen Mei died in their hands. However, he still wanted to defeat them with his own ability. What do you want to drink now? Why don't we take the opportunity to go to the battlefield to gain experience, just like Pei Tianhong and the others? If we can comprehend an ultimate profound in the war, then our efforts won't be in vain. Mu Qing's eyes flashed as he looked at everyone and said, What are you doing? When Mu Tianyang heard this, he immediately raged in his heart. Long Chen had said clearly that they couldn't enter the battlefield. Since Long Chen said so, then their enemy must be hiding somewhere at this moment. Once they went out, they would definitely be targeted by the enemy. When the time came, They were in the open while the enemy was in the dark. It would be impossible to guard against them. Ancestor, don't worry. I know what to do. Mu Qing transmitted his voice. What do you have in mind? Didn't I say that you're not allowed to do anything in private? Mu Tianyang was furious. Mu Qing turned a deaf ear and looked at the demon ancestor and the others. His gaze finally landed on Dong Xingyang. He smiled and said, Old Dong, what do you think? Dong Xingyang was completely unaware of Mu Qing's plan. He looked at the battlefield from afar and seemed to be tempted. After all, no matter who it was, they all wanted to prove themselves. Seeing that Mu Qing was specifically targeting Dong Xingyang, Mu Tianyang immediately understood. He transmitted his voice. You want to scheme against Dong Xingyang and use him as bait to lure our old enemy out? Not bad. Firstly, there's no risk in doing so. Secondly, we can test whether Long Chen lied to us or not. Mu Qing thought. You! Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Ancestor, why have you become so indecisive now? This is not your style. Mu Qing was a little displeased with Mu Tianyang's timidity. This is not a problem of indecisiveness. Do you think Long Chen really wants to help us? It's all because Qin Feiyang, Man and Mo, and the white-eyed wolf gave him too much pressure. He had no choice but to cooperate with us. This kind of cooperation is not reliable at all. Mu Tianyang secretly explained and pointed out the stakes. I know. But people like Qin Feiyang will fall out with us sooner or later. We have to think of a way out in advance. Mu Qing said. Silly. Don't you know what kind of person Qin Feiyang is? As long as we don't fall out with him, he will never fall out with us. The past grudges are no longer important to him. Mu Tianyang was very anxious. This boy had been completely bewitched by Long Chen, and now there were signs of qi deviation. I don't care. Every time I see the arrogant attitude of the man and the white-eyed wolf, I am full of anger. Mu Qing snorted coldly. Mu Tianyang clenched his hands slightly. It seemed that he had to wake this boy up. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would cause a big trouble. Mu Qing's eyes flashed. Looking at Dong Xingyang, who did not respond for a long time, he said, Are you interested or not? If you are, then do it. You're a man, don't be so wishy-washy. Dong Xingyang was about to speak. Mu Tianyang put his arm around Dong Xingyang's neck and said with a smile, We can't beat him. It's just looking for trouble. Why bother? Let's go to Tianwei restaurant for a drink and thank our brother wolf. Dong Xingyang was stunned. He shook his head and said with a smile, Okay. When Mu Qing heard this, a trace of anger immediately crept up on her face. But he did not dare to say anything more and followed everyone to Tianwei restaurant. However, the demon ancestor had always been paying attention to the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. Since the two came back, he felt that the two's behavior was a little strange. Tianwei restaurant. In a private room. Brother Wolf. It's really been a long time. Yueqing looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, This is a little hypocritical. In your eyes there has always been little Qin Zi. When have you ever had a brother? The white-eyed wolf sat casually on the chair and looked at Yueqing teasingly. Yueqing's cheeks turned red. She said with grievance, How can there be such a thing? I treat you all as my brothers. That's what you said? Okay. Then you will drink with me today. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Me? Forget it. There are a lot of things waiting for me to deal with every day. Yueqing hurriedly waved her hand. Everyone knew that the golden-winged wolf king was a wine immortal. Drinking with him was simply asking for trouble. Not sincere. Hurry up and serve the good wine and dishes you have here. Today, you don't need to pay for free. Someone is treating. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and glanced at Mu Tianyang. Are you planning to rip me off? The corner of Mu Tianyang's mouth twitched. Of course. Do I have to rip you off? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and looked at Yueqing. Hurry up and arrange it. Okay. Yueqing nodded, turned around, walked out of the private room, and closed the door. The white-eyed wolf retracted his gaze and looked at the demon ancestor and the others. He asked sneakily, "What do you think of this Yuiqing?" "Of course. She's smart and capable. Of course, it's good." The demon ancestor shook his head and smiled. "More importantly, she's still single. You know what I mean, right?" The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The demon ancestor and the others were slightly taken aback. When they reacted, they could not help but roll their eyes. Mu Qing's eyes flickered. He sneered and said, "Since we're drinking today, let's set the rules in advance. No one can use divine power to refine the alcohol. Let's see who can last until the end. Isn't that what I want?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He laughed and said, "Then it's decided. No one can cheat." Mu Tianyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and glanced at Mu Qing. He transmitted his voice. "What do you want to do now?" "What else can I want?" "Drink. Don't you want to thank him?" "Of course, you have to make it comfortable for him." Mu Qing thought to himself. Mu Tianyang looked at him deeply. It better be so. They drank for a day and a night. Everyone was dead drunk. In the private room, there were hundreds of empty wine jars. In other words, each of them had drunk dozens of jars. If they used divine power to refine the alcohol, it was naturally nothing. They could drink it no matter how much they drank. But if they could not refine it, even a person like the white-eyed wolf who drank every day could not withstand it. The entire room was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. Come, come, come. Why are you all down? Quickly get up and continue. It seems that I'm still the best." The white-eyed wolf held a wine jug. His eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He looked at the demon ancestor and the others. When he found that the group of people were already lying on the table, he could not help but smile. He also fell down and immediately started snoring. At this time, the sky was white. The sun rose. A new day had begun. The friendly competition in the land of buried gods had begun again. In the private room, not long after the white-eyed wolf fell down, Mu Qing, who was lying motionless on the table, suddenly slowly raised his head and looked at everyone present. Looking at the unconscious people, a cold smile appeared on his face. There was no trace of drunkenness at all. Obviously, he had been pretending before. Immediately, he slowly got up, looked at Mu Tianyang, and walked straight to Dong Xingyang's side. He was about to pick up Dong Xingyang. But at this time, a hand pressed on his wrist. His body immediately stiffened. He slowly lowered his head and found that Mu Tianyang, who was lying on the side, slowly raised his head. His eyes were full of anger. He said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Mu Qing panicked and said in a low voice, "I just want to see if what Long Chen said is true or false." "You are gambling with Dong Xingyang's life," Mu Tianyang said angrily. "Yes. Isn't that what you taught me before? Do whatever you want by hook or by crook. Why? Have you forgotten this now?" Mu Qing's face was cold. "You..." Mu Tianyang was furious. "In fact, you are also eager to get the benefits that Long Chen promised us. Otherwise, you could have just directly told the white-eyed wolf and the others about what Long Chen told us. But you didn't mention it at all yesterday. What does this mean?" "It means that you are also hesitating," Mu Qing said. Mu Tianyang seemed a little annoyed. He said, "I am hesitating, but I didn't take action." "You don't dare to. Because now you are afraid of Qin Feiyang and the others. But I am not afraid. You can pretend that you don't know anything. If there are any consequences, I will bear them alone." Mu Qing pushed away Mu Tianyang's hand and was about to pick up the unconscious Dong Xingyang. But suddenly, Dong Xingyang also slowly raised his head. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf, Demon Ancestor, Pei Tianhong and the others also woke up and looked at Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing. Mu Qing's expression suddenly froze. What was going on? Why were they all awake? Phew! White-Eyed Wolf took a deep breath, leaned on the chair, and looked at Mu Qing. "I am really tired. I have been acting with you for a day and a night. Acting for a day and a night? Mu Qing was surprised. That's right. We have been acting with you the whole time. It is for this moment. Pei Tianhong nodded, his eyes filled with a strong cold light. It's you? Mu Qing turned to look at Mu Tianyang, her eyes full of anger. Mu Tianyang shook his head. He was also very surprised by this sudden turn of events. It's me, Demon Ancestor said. Looking at Mu Qing, his eyes were full of disappointment. You! Mu Qing looked at Demon Ancestor, her face full of confusion. How did Demon Ancestor know about this? Chapter 3997. Yesterday, when you and Mu Tianyang came back, I felt that something was off. Because the two of you kept exchanging glances, as if you were secretly communicating about something? Also, when you urged Dong Xingyang to go to the battlefield, although you pretended to be calm, I noticed that your eyes seemed to be anticipating something. What puzzled me the most was that you repeatedly asked Dong Xingyang to go to the battlefield, but Mu Tianyang pulled Dong Xingyang back just as he was about to be tempted. He also tried his best to persuade him to come to the Tianwei restaurant to drink with the white-eyed wolf. The Demon Ancestor said slowly. Mu Qing's face became gloomier. Of course. The above doesn't prove anything. What really made me suspicious was that before you drank, you suggested that everyone not use divine power to refine the alcohol. After being together for so many years, I know a little about Mu Qing's alcohol tolerance. You can't drink much, let alone with the white-eyed wolf, the god of wine. If you don't use divine power to refine it, you're just looking for trouble. Moreover, what time is it now? The divine kingdom is facing a great enemy, and there could be major changes at any time. Anyone with a little common sense would know that you can't get drunk. So, after combining various factors, I guessed that there was a problem. So, I secretly told everyone to be careful. I didn't expect that we really found a problem in the end, and it didn't seem to be a small problem. After the Demon Ancestor finished speaking, he looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, Did you see that? If it wasn't for me today, I'm afraid we would have been tricked by him. So, it's not unreasonable to say that drinking makes trouble. You should drink less in the future. You think you're so great? Actually, I noticed it too. I just pretended not to know. The white-eyed wolf snorted. The Demon Ancestor was stunned and said with a bitter smile, As long as you're happy. Is it so difficult for you to admit that others are excellent? Dong Xingyang glanced at Mu Tianyang, then at Mu Qing. His eyes flickered with coldness as he said, Give us an explanation. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Tianwei restaurant today. He really didn't expect that they would scheme against him. One had to know. Back in Great Qin, if it wasn't for him dealing with Qin Yuan, Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang would have already been reincarnated. Furthermore, it was also because of him that the Forgotten Continent's snow pythons, no! It should be called the White Dragon now. This was because the snow python used to be a white dragon. Later, it was cursed by the small beast and became a snow python. However, later on, she was very lucky. With Qin Feiyang's help, she consumed the disaster-crossing heavenly pill, broke the curse, and recovered her white dragon body. Because of this, Dong Xingyang had always been grateful to Qin Feiyang. And back then, it was also because of Dong Xingyang that the white dragon risked its life to protect a drop of blood from Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang in the Forgotten Continent. In the end, with Qin Yuan's help, it was sent into the gate of rebirth and was reborn. It could be said that the reason why the two of them were able to live until now was entirely because of Dong Xingyang. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the grace of rebirth. But Mu Qing actually schemed against him now. Wasn't this ungrateful? How could a person be like this? Was his conscience eaten by a dog? Facing Dong Xingyang's questioning, Mu Qing lowered her head, very flustered. Let me say it! Mu Tianyang sighed and picked up a jug of divine wine that he hadn't finished drinking. He raised his head and drank it in big gulps. This divine wine was the Black Tortoise divine wine, which was brought out from the Black Tortoise realm by Yuiqing. Naturally, he had to take out the divine wine to entertain the white-eyed wolf and the others. After drinking, Mu Tianyang put down the wine pot, exhaled a breath of alcohol, and said, "Actually, Longchen came to find us yesterday and talked to us about something that made him a little obsessed." "Longchen?" The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did he talk to you about?" "Work with him," Mu Tianyang said. "Work with him?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "That's right." Mu Tianyang nodded and said with a faint smile, "To put it simply, he asked us to lie in ambush by your side, and when you turn hostile in the future, we can give you a fatal blow from behind." "That bastard!" The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. "What's the condition?" The demon ancestor was curious. To be able to make Mu Qing so crazy and even attack his savior, Dong Xingyang, Long Chen's condition must be irresistible. The inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law. He promised that as long as we agree, he will give each of us an inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law. Mu Tianyang smiled bitterly. In the face of such a temptation, it was really hard to resist. What a big deal. Pei Tiahong and the others were stunned. If each of them had an inheritance, the two of them would have two. Long Chen still had so many inheritances in his hands? As expected of Ice Dragon's son, he was rich and overbearing. Mu Tianyang continued, "There's an even bigger temptation, which is why I can't let it go." Everyone looked at each other. What was more tempting than the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law? "Our old enemy." Mu Tianyang paused after every word, then looked at Dong Xingyang and said again, "Our old enemy." "What?" Dong Xingyang suddenly stood up. The white-eyed wolf and the others could not remain calm. They looked at Mu Tianyang in surprise and asked, "You mean, Longchen has already found your old enemy?" "That's right. According to him, our old enemy is indeed from the Divine Kingdom. Furthermore, he had already investigated this matter 10 years ago." Mu Tianyang nodded. 10 years ago? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said suspiciously, "Isn't that when I was in seclusion to integrate the inheritance?" "That's right. As for how he found out, he didn't say. But at that time, I heard that Long Qin appeared on the battlefield 10 years ago," Mu Tianyang said. "Long Qin," the white-eyed wolf murmured, and a light gradually appeared in his eyes. He said, "I think I already know what's going on. Long Qin has the ability to hear other people's voices. She probably went to the battlefield to eavesdrop on the secret conversation between Ryuko and the others. In other words, she confirmed this by eavesdropping on the secret conversation between Ryuko and the others?" Pei Tianhong asked. "Yes." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the others looked at each other. They really did not expect this woman to have such an ability. They really did not know about this before. Dong Xingyang calmed down, looked at Mu Tianyang and asked, "Did Long Chen say who it was?" "No. But before he left, he said one sentence, and told us not to go to the battlefield. From this, I judged that our old enemy should be hiding somewhere on the battlefield now." At this point, Mu Tianyang looked at Mu Qing and continued, "This is also Mu Qing's purpose. She wants to use you to lure these people out." When Dong Xingyang heard this, he turned to look at Mu Qing and said disappointedly, "In any case, I saved your life in the Great Qin Empire back then. Is this how you repay me?" Mu Qing lowered her head, extremely ashamed. "I know you're a ruthless person, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless." Dong Xingyang sighed, extremely disappointed. It was really disappointing. The white-eyed wolf looked at Mu Qing, and the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. He said, "Do you think that by keeping quiet, you can forget about this matter?" Mu Qing trembled, and did not dare to look at the white-eyed wolf. "I personally think that this kind of person should not be kept by our side," Pei Tianhong said. "That's what I think too. I don't want someone to stab me in the back when the time comes." Wang Changyuan snorted coldly. In an instant, Mu Qing became a rat crossing the street, and everyone wanted to beat her up. Mu Tianyang did not speak up for her, because Mu Qing's actions this time were indeed too much. Although he was also very tempted, he would never plot against Dong Xingyang. Just as Dong Xingyang said, if it were not for Dong Xingyang's help back then, he would have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. He could hate Qin Feiyang, but Dong Xingyang had to be grateful. This was his principle. If he did not even have principles, was he worthy of being human? Then kill her! Although it's a pity, it's better than harming us in the future, the white-eyed wolf said, and a wisp of law power appeared. No! Mu Qing quivered and finally could not continue to be silent. She raised her head and looked at the white-eyed wolf, shouting. But the white-eyed wolf turned a deaf ear to her. But at this time Dong Xingyang sighed softly, raised his hand to stop the white-eyed wolf, and said, "Keep him." The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. There was something wrong with this person's brain. The other party had schemed against him, and he was pleading for mercy for the other party? To be exact, he can't die, because he has the all-seeing eye. He must be in the future. As for today's matter, I am also the biggest victim, but for the sake of the overall situation, I choose to forgive him. Even I have forgiven him, so you should not pursue it anymore. Dong Xingyang gave the white-eyed wolf a forced smile. Obviously, it was not his intention. Are you sure? The white-eyed wolf frowned. He was very displeased. The all-seeing eye, the strongest fighting soul, in his opinion, was nothing at all. I'm sure. Dong Xingyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf took a deep breath, looked at Mu Qing, and snorted. Did you see how others treated you? Don't you feel ashamed? I'm so thick-skinned, but I can't help but feel embarrassed for you. Mu Qing endured the humiliation and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Dong Xingyang also looked at Mu Qing and said, "But there is a condition. You have to make a blood oath. It's not too long ago, but at least before you get through that disaster, you can't plot against us behind our backs. In other words, you have to be of one mind with us." Disaster, the white-eyed wolf murmured. It was hard not to take this word seriously when it came from Dong Xingyang's mouth again. Could it be that this so-called calamity really existed? But suddenly, he looked at Mu Qing again, who was still pretending to be silent. He immediately slammed the table and said angrily, "Didn't you hear what Dong Xingyang said? Do you really want to die? Let me tell you, I don't care about any disaster. If you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish right now." Mu Qing's body and mind trembled. She hurriedly looked at Dong Xingyang and nodded. "All right, I agree." Who didn't know the white-eyed wolf's character? Not to mention an unknown disaster, even if the sky collapsed now, he would still do what he had to do. He made a prompt decision. He made a blood oath. The originally bright and sunny sky was instantly covered in a blood-red cloud, and the entire city instantly fell into chaos. On the streets, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky with surprise and bewilderment. Swoosh! In a short while, an oath seal fell and disappeared from Tianwei restaurant. The blood cloud came quickly and left quickly. Chapter 3998. At the same time, Yue Qing also noticed that something was amiss and immediately came out to check. In the end, she discovered that the place where the seal had disappeared was the private room where Qin Feiyang and the others were. "What's going on?" With a face full of doubt, she walked to the front of the room and knocked on the door. "Come in." White-eyed wolf's voice sounded from inside. Yue Qing pushed the door open and entered. She immediately sensed that the atmosphere in the room was not right. There were wine jars everywhere on the floor. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol. However, no one looked drunk at all. Moreover, everyone was sitting on the chairs. Only Mu Qing stood beside Mu Tianyang with her head lowered, as if she had done something wrong. "Brother Wolf, are you all right?" Yue Qing looked at White-Eyed Wolf and asked. "No. Get someone to clean up this place," White-Eyed Wolf said. "All right. I'll arrange it right away." Yue Qing nodded and turned to leave quickly. "Let's go to the tea room." White-Eyed Wolf stood up and walked into the tea room. Devil Ancestor and the others followed. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go over. You must perform well next. Mu Tianyang glared at Mu Qing and quickly entered the tea room. Mu Qing looked at White-Eyed Wolf, who was sitting in the tea room, and could only brace herself and walk in. Are you afraid now? What were you doing earlier? White-Eyed Wolf took out a jar of unparalleled divine wine, coldly looked at Mu Qing, and then started to drink it. Pei Tianhong and the others sat at the side, not making a sound. Mu Qing was in a rather awkward situation. She could neither stand nor sit. Dong dong! At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Wang Changyuan looked at the door. Yue Qing brought a few waiters in and ordered, Hurry up and tidy up. Yes. A few waiters responded. Some tidied up the table. Some tidied up the floor. Some tidied up the wine jars. Yue Qing entered the tea room and looked at Mu Qing, who was standing at the side. She walked to the tea table and smiled. I'll make you a pot of tea to wake you up. She squatted beside the tea table and cleaned the teapot and tea set. The atmosphere at the scene was quite depressing. Suddenly, Devil Ancestor opened the topic and looked at Yue Qing. Yue Qing stared blankly for a moment before nodding with a smile. That's right, don't you know? The Devil Ancestor smiled in praise. This is all thanks to Big Brother Qing. Yue Qing quickly waved her hands. Why did he like to be so calculative? Devil Ancestor shook his head and smiled. Is Thousand Mountain City's Heavenly Joy building also opened by you? Thousand Mountain City? Yue Qing was taken aback. It's the Thousand Mountain City of the Northern Continent, Devil Ancestor said. The Thousand Mountain City of the Northern Continent. Yue Qing was stunned for a moment. After thinking carefully for a moment, she smiled and said, I opened it, but I rarely go there. After all, Thousand Mountain City is just a small city. There's a little guy called VC in Thousand Mountain City's Heavenly Joy building. This person is not bad. If there's a chance, we can focus on training him. Devil Ancestor smiled. Is that so? Yue Qing was surprised. Back then in Thousand Mountain City, he helped us a lot. A very clever young man. Devil Ancestor smiled slightly. Yue Qing thought for a moment and asked, Is this matter you're talking about when Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang tried to assassinate you? Yes. Devil Ancestor nodded. Yue Qing smiled and nodded. All right, I'll go meet this Li Si when I'm free and see if he's really as clever as you said. Very soon. A few servants cleaned the room until it was spick and span. When faced with a clean and tidy environment, one's mood would be much better. Then you guys chat first. I'm going to get busy. Yue Qing poured the tea and stood up. Sorry to trouble you. Devil Ancestor smiled. Yue Qing smiled and quickly left the room. She turned around and closed the door. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment before taking out the Divine Voice transmission stone. Buzz. Soon. A figure appeared. It was Yi Miao. Meow Meow, where are you? Yue Qing asked with a smile. The Northern Continent. What's wrong? Yi Miao Miao smiled. That's good. Make a trip to Thousand Mountain City's Heavenly Joy building and find a worker called Li Si. Investigate his identity. If there's no problem, send him to Cloud Ocean City. Yue Qing said. What do you mean? Yi Miao was puzzled. We'll talk about it when we meet. Yue Qing smiled. All right. Yi Miao nodded. In the private room, Mu Tianyang drank a mouthful of tea and looked at everyone helplessly. Let's talk. The atmosphere is a little depressing. What should we talk about? White-Eyed Wolf glanced at Mu Tianyang and said, Although you haven't taken action, your heart is hesitating. To us, you seem to be a hidden danger. Ha! Mu Tianyang laughed dryly. White-Eyed Wolf rolled his eyes and put down the wine jar. Longchen, that kid, is very dishonest. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Think about it. What good ideas do you have to let him have a taste of his own medicine? This? Pei Tianhong and the others looked at each other. They really didn't have any ideas. Because Longchen was too strong. He was strong enough to destroy all schemes. How about this? Demon Ancestor thought for a while and looked at White-Eyed Wolf. Let Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang pretend to agree to Long Chen's request. This way, we can get the ultimate meaning of two supreme laws from him. Pei Tianhong and the others heard this, and their eyes lit up. Dong Xingyang thought for a while and looked at Demon Ancestor. If that's the case, why don't we go together? We can also get the inheritance of 4 supreme laws. Sure. Demon Ancestor nodded. Sure, my ass. Do you think Long Chen is stupid? White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. Even Ryuko knew that they had to make a blood oath before they were willing to take out the inheritance, let alone someone as smart as Long Chen. If there was a way to break the blood oath, then the problem would be solved. If we really have to make a blood oath, it will be difficult. Demon Ancestor thought for a while and nodded. So, this method won't work at all. Instead of doing these useless things, why don't we just go and settle the score with him? White-Eyed Wolf laughed. With his personality, even if you go and denounce him, he might not care about you. Demon Ancestor shook his head. White-Eyed Wolf frowned and looked at Demon Ancestor and Mu Tianyang. He asked, Did Snow and Blood Blade tell you about the blood oath? Is there a way to break it? Basically, no. But in my opinion, no matter what it is in this world, as long as you have power that surpasses the limit, you can break it with force. Demon Ancestor said. Although you're right, who among us has the power to break the blood oath? White-Eyed Wolf was helpless. Even a sovereign divine weapon could not do it, let alone a body of flesh and blood. What about frenzy? Dong Xingyang suddenly clapped his hands and said, He has the root of all evil. Isn't that an ultimate power? I'm afraid it won't work. After all, we're talking about power that surpasses the limit. Besides, if frenzy can do it, then the god race can definitely do it too. If the god race can really do it, then the master of the divine kingdom won't care about the blood oath. White-Eyed Wolf shook his head. Dong Xingyang shook his head regretfully and said, Then it seems that we really can't set a trap for Long Chen. Don't be discouraged. This is just our guess. Perhaps Long Chen didn't even think about the blood oath. Second Commander looked at everyone and laughed. White-Eyed Wolf heard this and looked at Demon Ancestor and the others. He asked, Do you believe it? Demon Ancestor and the others shook their heads and laughed. Second Commander still didn't understand Long Chen. Because if he did, he definitely wouldn't say such naive words. White-Eyed Wolf took a deep breath and waved his hand. Let's put Long Chen's matter aside for now. Let's talk about your old enemy first. Now that it's clear, we should start planning. Okay. Dong Xingyang nodded. White-Eyed Wolf smiled mockingly and turned to look at Mu Qing. Actually, your idea is really good. Let one of them be the bait, and the other 2 hide in the dark. Mu Qing smiled awkwardly. Why did it sound so ironic? I'm really not joking with you. But this time, the bait has to be changed to you. White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. What? Mu Qing's eyes trembled. To be the bait was to risk one's life. You know there's danger, so you're scared? Then for Dong Xingyang, there's no danger? Don't say that we're not moral. You reap what you sow. White-Eyed Wolf snorted coldly. Mu Tianyang comforted him. Are you okay? We'll do our best to protect your safety. Mu Qing felt bitter in his heart. Now, did he still have the right to say no? At this moment, it was too late for regrets. He was really stupid. Why did he scheme against Dong Xingyang? Now, not only did Dong Xingyang not manage to scheme against him, but he also dragged him into the water. This was the consequence of his own sins. Demon Ancestor said. But now, we can't take action. That's right. Because once the strongest war soul appears, it will inevitably lead to a bloody storm. With our strength, we can't face the geniuses of the divine kingdom. When the time comes, the older generation of the Scandinavian nation might even intervene. So, we have to wait for the young master to come out. Pei Tianhong nodded. Hearing Pei Tianhong's analysis, everyone felt that it made sense. Because this wasn't a small matter. It could be said that the strongest war soul was more important than anything else. If Mu Qing and the other two's war souls were exposed, the older generation of the Divine Kingdom might not hesitate to pay any price. At that time, if Qin Feiyang wasn't there, they had no chance of winning at all. Not to mention that Frenzy was also in seclusion now. Okay. Anyway, the people of the Divine Kingdom won't give up easily if they don't find their old enemy. Let's wait for little Qinzi to come out. White-Eyed Wolf nodded. This matter was too important, and he didn't dare to play around. But how long will it take for the young master to come out? When he comes out, how strong will the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death be? Wang Changyuan whispered. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were full of anticipation. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. They didn't know if the Divine Kingdom had it, but there was only one person in the Sky Cloud realm. Chapter 3999. Next. The demon ancestor brought Pei Tianhong and the others to the battlefield. Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and Dong Xingyang followed the white-eyed wolf into the demon palace to cultivate in seclusion. In short, now that Qin Feiyang had not come out of seclusion, the three of them would definitely not appear on the battlefield. However, there was a problem that the white-eyed wolf had been pondering about. How could he set a trap for Longchen? This time, Longchen had schemed against them behind their backs, which made the white-eyed wolf extremely unhappy. If he did not get back at them, he would panic. He had thought of sending a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang, because Qin Feiyang was smart. But after thinking about it, it was better not to disturb Qin Feiyang now. As for the demon ancestor, when he returned to the battlefield, he would directly start his winning streak. Whether it was the humans of the Divine Kingdom or the gods of the Divine Kingdom, they were no match for him. But, unless it was a critical moment, he would not activate the Eye of Despair. This friendly match was important to gain experience. He also wanted to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, so that he could truly compete with Ryuko and the others. So while he was training, he was also humbly asking the white-eyed wolf for advice. The strongest laws that he had mastered were the time law and the death law. Just nice. The white-eyed wolf had already mastered the ultimate meaning of these two strongest laws. Similarly, although the white-eyed wolf was usually very arrogant, as long as you sincerely looked for him, he would not put on airs and make things difficult for you. So to the demon ancestor, the white-eyed wolf was now like a teacher. He was training in battle while asking the white-eyed wolf for advice. His comprehension of the two strongest laws was getting deeper and deeper day by day. Dong Xingyang and Mu Tianyang naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. After all, they were already in seclusion together. On the other hand, although Mu Qing was with the white-eyed wolf, she could not bring herself to look for the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf naturally couldn't be bothered with him. Since you took the initiative to come here, I will be kind and teach you. If you don't come, I can't ask for anything more. I can even hide in peace. Madman was also in seclusion. On the other hand, the place where he cultivated in seclusion was filled with the energy of death at all times, and it affected an area of a few hundred kilometers. Any divine dragon that approached this place would have their life force plundered by the power of death. As such, over time, the place where Man was in seclusion became a forbidden area in the dragon lair. Almost no one dared to step into it. Everyone in the dragons were furious about this. Wasn't this akin to the dove taking over the magpie's nest? Day after day, year after year. Several decades passed. Shin Village. After decades of development, it had become the most powerful village in the area. The reason was, of course, Qin Feiyang. Almost all the younger generation in the village grew up under the guidance of Qin Feiyang. Even many of the older generation had been reborn under the guidance of Qin Feiyang and displayed outstanding talent. To the Qin family village, Qin Feiyang was no longer just a member of the village. He was also a highly respected old man that everyone respected. That's right. The current Qin Feiyang was already an old man. His long hair was as white as snow. His originally strong body was now as thin as firewood, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. The people in the village were puzzled when they saw the changes in Qin Feiyang. However, after Shen Nilan told them, they knew that Qin Feiyang was also nearing the end of his life. When Shen Dezhuang and Shen Shijia first received this news, it was like a bolt from the blue. Because in their hearts, they respected Qin Feiyang very much. Especially Shen Xiaojia and the snotty baby. They were watched by Qin Feiyang as they grew up, so when they received this news, they immediately went to look for treasures to prolong Qin Feiyang's life. However, when Qin Feiyang received this news, he asked Shen Dezhuang to stop a group of people halfway. The reason was, he didn't want everyone to waste time. If he really had the heart, he would accompany him for the rest of his life. Early in the morning, Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiejia appeared outside Qin Feiyang's door early in the morning as usual. This was what they had to do every day. No one forced them. They voluntarily came to take care of Qin Feiyang. However, this time, they found that Qin Feiyang was different from usual. His life force was extremely weak. Brother Gu Feng. Shen Shijia immediately ran up and grabbed Qin Feiyang's old and withered hand. She couldn't help but cry. Shen Dezhuang walked to the bedside and silently looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were also a little moist. After all, he was a man. He was stronger and kept all the grief in his heart. "What are you crying for?" Qin Feiyang said hoarsely, intermittently. He didn't even have the strength to speak. "I'm not crying." Shen Xiejia shook her head. Qin Feiyang raised his trembling hand, wiped away Shen Shijia's tears, and laughed. "You're not crying, what is this?" "I really didn't." Shen Xiejia turned her head and looked at Shen Dezhuang. Her eyes were filled with despair, as if she was saying, "Brother Dezhuang, quickly help Brother Gu Feng." Shen Dezhuang also turned his head and quietly wiped away his tears. He leaned over and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Big Brother Gu Feng, where do you want to go today?" "Today." Qin Feiyang looked at the roof, pondered for a long time, and laughed. "Today. I don't want to go anywhere. Let's go to the village entrance to bask in the sun." "All right." Shen Dezhuang nodded, looked at Shen Xiejia and said, "Xiejia, make way first, I'll help Big Brother Gu Feng up." "I'll do it myself." Shen Xiejia carefully supported Qin Feiyang's back, but Qin Feiyang was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to get up. At this moment, he had really reached his limit. His entire body was filled with an aura of death. "Let me do it." Shen Dezhuang gently pushed Shen Xiejia away, bent down and picked up Qin Feiyang. Looking at Shen Xiejia, who was crying beside him, he sent a sound transmission. "Don't cry, Big Brother Gu Feng doesn't want to see others cry in front of him. Hurry up and prepare a recliner." "All right." Shen Shijia quickly nodded, turned around and ran out. "I'm sorry for making you take care of a lonely old man like me." Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. "What are you talking about? I've already said that you're my brother. Isn't it my duty to take care of you?" Shen Dezhuang held back his sobs, turned around and walked out of the room. Although it was strenuous for Qin Feiyang to even move, the inside of this small house was very clean. Not a speck of dust could be found. This was all thanks to Shen Dezhuang and Shen Xiejia. They had to clean the house once a day to keep it clean and tidy. Shen Xiejia had already placed a recliner at the entrance of the village. This recliner was made of bamboo strips, and there was a layer of soft cushion on it. Shen Xiejia stood in front of the recliner, looking at Qin Feiyang, who was in Shen Dezhuang's arms, and couldn't help but tear up. At this moment, some more people came out of their houses. When they saw this scene, their faces immediately changed, and they all put down what they were doing and surrounded Shen Dezhuang. "Dezhuang," a woman said worriedly. But before she could finish her sentence, Dezhuang gave her a look, indicating for her to be quiet. The woman quickly shut her mouth and looked down at Qin Feiyang. She even lowered her breathing to the lowest, for fear of startling Qin Feiyang. Dezhuang carried Qin Feiyang and continued to walk to the entrance of the village. The woman looked at the group of people next to her and sighed. "It seems that Brother Gu Feng can't make it. Go and tell everyone to come out quickly. I'll go and find the village chief." Okay. They nodded, and their faces were full of sadness. Then they turned around and knocked on the door of each house. What? When the woman found Shen Yulin's house and told Shen Yulin about Qin Feiyang's situation, Shen Yulin's face changed drastically. He hurriedly ran to the entrance of the village without even putting on his coat. At this moment, many people had already come out of their houses. Everyone's expression was extremely pained. Good people don't live long, but disasters last 1,000 years. This sentence is really true. Yes. In the past few decades, if not for Brother Gu Feng's careful teaching, how could the young people in our village be so outstanding? And Brother Gu Feng, although he is very strong, he is kind and nice. He is also very respectful to us old people. How could such an outstanding person fall to this point? This is because the heavens are jealous of talents. Everyone gathered together and ran to the entrance of the village while discussing. At the entrance of the village, Dezhuang gently put Qin Feiyang on the reclining chair, and then he silently retreated to the side, quietly looking at Qin Feiyang. Brother Gu Feng, do you want to drink water? Xin Shijia squatted on the ground, gently holding Qin Feiyang's hand and asked. No need. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his voice seemed particularly weak, and then he slowly looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sun was rising in the sky, and the sun shone on the earth. Everything gradually recovered, but his life aura was getting weaker and weaker. However, he did not have any fear. On the contrary, a smile appeared on his face. Xin Shijia and Dazhuang could not help but follow Qin Feiyang's gaze and look at the rising sun on the horizon. The scenes of getting along with each other for the past few decades involuntarily appeared in their minds. In the end, they discovered that they were all beautiful memories. No matter when, this man's face was filled with a happy smile. Whether it was to himself or to others, there had never been a painful side to him. Even now, he did not have any fear in the face of death. Had he already seen through life and death? In this world, was there really nothing he was attached to? Xinxiajia retracted her gaze, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said softly, Brother Gu Feng, whether it is in the past or in the future, you will never be alone. We will always be with you. Yes, we are all your family. Shen Yulin walked over and squatted on the other side, holding Qin Feiyang's hand, enduring the sadness in his heart, and said, Brother Gu Feng, we will always be with you until the last moment. Thank you. Qin Feiyang's face revealed a smile. Brother Gu Feng, don't talk, have a good rest. A middle-aged couple looked at Qin Feiyang and said softly. It was Xin Shijia's parents. But before they finished speaking, the two of them wished they could slap themselves in the face. What were they saying? His life was about to reach the last moment. What was there to rest for? Wasn't this a curse in disguise? Brother Gu Feng, I'm sorry. The two of them hurriedly apologized. Qin Feiyang slowly raised his hand and gently waved it, indicating that it was okay. Chapter 4000. Actually, I want to thank you all, Qin Feiyang said in a hoarse voice. Shen Yulin hurriedly said, Why are you saying all this? We are family. Qin Feiyang waved his hand with great effort. Seeing this, Xin Xiajia looked at Shen Yulin and sighed. Grandpa Village Chief, just let Brother Gu Feng speak. Sigh. Shen Yulin sighed and retreated to the side. The others also quieted down and quietly looked at Qin Feiyang. I want to thank you all. Thank you all for taking care of me all these years, especially De Zhuang and Xiao Jia. These two children. If it were any other young man, seeing me like this, they would have long run away, but they have always been by my side. This also proves that my eyesight. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, you all must work hard, I believe. As Qin Feiyang said this, he waved at De Zhuang. De Zhuang hurriedly walked over and squatted on the ground. Even he was already tearing up. Qin Feiyang grabbed De Zhuang's hand with one hand and Xin Shijia's hand with the other. He smiled and said, I believe. Your kindness will definitely bring you good luck, N. Xin Shijia nodded, holding back her tears. I still have to thank you all. Let me spend all these years in the village without any worries. You might not understand, but these few decades. What I saw, heard, and felt here is very important to me. It was you all who allowed me to have a deeper understanding of the world. It was also you all who allowed me to complete the last step. Thank you all, thank you everyone, thank you. When he said the last word of thanks, everyone could no longer hear Qin Feiyang's voice. Moreover, Xin Daozhuang and Xin Xiaojia could feel that Qin Feiyang's hand was gradually turning cold. Please, don't cry. Let me see the last moment of the sun's rise. Qin Feiyang muttered, looking at the sun in the sky, his face still maintaining that smile, as if everything was frozen there, without any changes. Xin Xiaojia's body trembled as her tears flowed uncontrollably. However, she did not cry out loud. She turned her head and silently looked at the rising sun. Finally, the sun had risen completely, and all living things had awakened. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang slowly closed his eyes, but the smile on his face never disappeared. Big brother Gu Feng, Xin Xiaojia and Luo Ruoxin immediately felt Qin Feiyang's pulse stop beating. Tears flowed down their cheeks continuously. Brother Ancient Wind, the sun has already risen. A middle-aged man spoke. However, when he looked at Qin Feiyang, he immediately lost control of his emotions. The others also finally realized that Qin Feiyang was no longer breathing, and they all silently shed tears. At this moment, no one spoke again, and the entire village fell into a deathly silence. At the same time, Black Tortoise World. A group of people also gathered in the Devil's Land. Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus stood at the front. Little Wimp was there as well. Next was Fire Dance, the five-clawed golden dragon, the white jade Qilin, the big black wolf, the sword sovereign, Xia Yuan, and the others. Behind them, the 6,000 dark guards were all present. In short, everyone who lived in the Devil's Land was here at this moment. In the void in front of them, there was a picture. The picture showed Qin Feiyang sitting at the entrance of the village. As early as when Xin Daozhuang and Xin Xiaojia entered Qin Feiyang's room, Little Wimp had already noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality. Therefore, he descended to the Devil's Land and gathered everyone here. In other words, everyone had witnessed the entire process. Although they knew what Qin Feiyang was going to do, at this moment, seeing Qin Feiyang stop breathing, they couldn't help but shed tears. Especially Mermaid Princess. She needed the support of Fire Lotus beside her to stand firm. I can't just stand by and watch, Fire Luan, quickly send me out. Suddenly, Mermaid Princess grabbed Fire Lotus's arm, looking extremely anxious. Sister-in-law, calm down. You have to believe in Qin Dage. Seeing that, Fire Lotus hurriedly comforted her. He's already not breathing. No heartbeat. How can I still calm down? Fire Lotus, I beg you, quickly send me out. Regardless of success or failure, I will always guard him. The Mermaid Princess pleaded incessantly. Fire Lotus looked at Little Wimp. Little Wimp glanced at Mermaid Princess, and with a low sigh said, You go out with her. All right. Fire Lotus nodded, and immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang with Mermaid Princess. Who is it? Xin Daozhuang and the others were shocked, and immediately looked at the two of them. Don't be nervous. This is his wife. Fire Lotus looked at everyone and sighed. Wife? Everyone in the village immediately looked at Mermaid Princess in shock. Gu Feng actually had a wife? And she was so beautiful. Why hadn't they heard him mention this before? At this moment, Mermaid Princess completely ignored the surrounding villagers, and moved her feet, walking in front of Qin Feiyang. Seeing that, Xin Daozhuang nodded at Xin Xiaojia. Xin Xiaojia looked at Mermaid Princess suspiciously, but also let go of Qin Feiyang's cold hand, stood up and retreated to the side. Mermaid Princess squatted on the ground, grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand, and muttered, Why do you have to do this? Is the ultimate profound of the law of life and death that important? A drop of tear fell on the back of Qin Feiyang's hand. In the next moment, Qin Feiyang's motionless body began to dissipate. What's going on? Xin Xiaojia and the others' expressions changed. Dezhuang even pushed Mermaid Princess away. Seeing that, Fire Lotus hurriedly went up to support Mermaid Princess. Brother Gu Feng! Qin Xiaojia grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand, and her face was full of anxiety. She looked at Qin Dezhuang and asked, Brother Dezhuang, what's going on? Why is Brother Gu Feng's body dissipating? Dezhuang looked at Qin Feiyang, whose entire body was dissipating, as if it had turned into a rain of light, and he couldn't stop it no matter how hard he tried. All of a sudden, he seemed to have transformed into an enraged beast, and turned to stare at Mermaid Princess, and said in a low voice, What did you do to Brother Gu Feng? I didn't. Mermaid Princess shook her head, and also looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously. She also didn't know what was going on. Why would his physical body start to dissipate all of a sudden? You're not Brother Gu Feng's wife. Who are you? You didn't even let Brother Gu Feng's body go. Do you still have any humanity? Qin Xiaojia glared at Mermaid Princess. You're wrongly accused. They're really husband and wife. Fire Lotus hurriedly explained. I don't believe it. All of you leave. Qin Xiaojia pointed outside the village and roared. Mermaid Princess was extremely anxious. Sister-in-law, let's retreat to the side first. Don't be angry. They're also worried about Qin Dage. You have to believe in Qin Dage. He'll definitely be fine. Fire Lotus secretly transmitted her voice. Sigh. Mermaid Princess sighed softly, and with Fire Lotus's help, she retreated over 10 meters, and looked at Qin Feiyang from afar, her eyes filled with worry. Brother Gu Feng, I won't let your body dissipate. Qin Xiaojia didn't care about the two anymore, and anxiously reached out to grab the rain of light, but she couldn't. The rain of light passed through her hands and floated in all directions. Brother Dezhuang, quickly think of a solution. Qin Xiaojia looked at Dezhuang helplessly. Dezhuang didn't speak, and he looked at this scene in despair. How could he have a solution for this? In the blink of an eye. At this time, almost half of Qin Feiyang had dissipated, and there wasn't even a drop of blood, as if his entire body had been disintegrated by an invisible force. Xiaojia calmed down. Looking at Qin Xiaojia's tear-filled face, her parents hurried to comfort her. If they wanted to stop it, they had to first figure out the reason, but this scene was completely beyond their understanding. Perhaps for Gu Feng, this was a good thing. 10 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang completely dissipated, turning into a rain of light that scattered between heaven and earth. But the black tortoise world was still there. The universe ring was still there. However, only these two things were still there. The other things, such as the laws, the divine arts, and even the clothes, all disappeared. It was as if all of this didn't exist in the first place. Even Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus didn't know what was going on, let alone the people in the village. Chapter 4001. However, they didn't know. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing in a blood-red world. The sky was blood-red. The earth was blood-red. Even the void was filled with a bloody mist. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to this place. And this was also Qin Feiyang's destination. Because this was the hell that appeared when he entered the heavenly bell divine treasure and fell into the illusion. Nothing had changed. Countless wandering souls were rushing towards the gate of hell in front of him. From time to time, a blood-red lightning would fall from the sky. If the wandering souls in this world didn't enter the gate of hell, they would be obliterated by the blood-red lightning. He came here again. Qin Feiyang was no longer as desperate and fearful as last time. He took a step forward and walked towards the gate of hell. Soon, the gate of hell entered his sight, like a terrifying beast with its bloody mouth open, floating in front of him, waiting for him to take the initiative to send himself in. Qin Feiyang didn't stop and went straight into the gate of hell. Inside, it was also a blood-red world, like a sea of blood. Crack! Boom! Compared to the outside, the lightning here was more concentrated and roaring in the sky. Any wandering soul that was struck by the lightning would howl miserably as if they had been tortured. All the wandering souls would be constantly bombarded by the lightning, and every time they were struck, the shape of the wandering souls would become a little fainter. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to this. Because the last time he came here, he was constantly bombarded by lightning. The purpose of these lightning was to erase his memory. Qin Feiyang didn't avoid it. Even when the lightning struck him and caused him unparalleled pain, he did not let out a groan. And it didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of pain. It was that he could withstand it. However, his memory didn't disappear. No matter how many times the lightning struck him, his memory was still there. The last time he came here, he had personally experienced it. Every time he was struck by lightning, part of his memory would disappear. But Qin Feiyang wasn't surprised by this. He seemed to already know the reason. After an unknown period of time, another stone door appeared in front of him. It was 999 zhang tall, like a towering mountain standing at the end. However, it was different from the ferocious and terrifying Hell's Gate. This stone gate was pure white and radiated a divine radiance. Before he even got close, Qin Feiyang felt a warm feeling in his heart. On the stone door, there were 2 large words shining with boundless divine light. Samsara. That was right. This was the gate of reincarnation that Qin Feiyang had seen in the illusion last time. Everything was exactly the same as last time. However, last time, Qin Feiyang had reached this point and hadn't gone any further. This was because he had comprehended the law of life and death when he had seen the gate of reincarnation. After comprehending the law of life and death, he fused with the miniature version of the law of life and death and left this place. This time, he had come here to enter the door of reincarnation. From an outsider's point of view, this was simply courting death. Even Qin Feiyang himself did not dare to enter the gate of reincarnation the last time he came here. Because at that time, he had the same thought. Once he entered the gate of reincarnation, he would be reincarnated. But now, he already knew. This gate of reincarnation wasn't the real reincarnation. The gate of hell wasn't the real hell either. These wandering souls weren't truly dead wandering souls. All of this was transformed by the will of the law of life and death's ultimate meaning. The gate of hell represented the destination of death. The gate of reincarnation represented the hope of life. In other words, this place was equivalent to a secret realm. Only those who had comprehended the law of life and death could enter. Someone might say, since this was the case, why didn't Qin Feiyang directly step into the gate of reincarnation? This way, he could directly grasp the ultimate meaning of the law of death? But in fact, this wasn't the case. Everything here was transformed by the will of the ultimate meaning. If back then, Qin Feiyang hadn't chosen to leave when he comprehended the law of life and death but insisted on stepping into the gate of reincarnation, he would have been destroyed. Because at that time, Qin Feiyang's comprehension of the law of life and death wasn't enough. He couldn't withstand the will of the ultimate meaning. Just like his memory. Back then, when he entered here, his memory disappeared because his comprehension of the law of life and death wasn't enough. But this time, his memory didn't disappear again. This was because his comprehension of the law of life and death had reached a perfect level. Therefore, the will here couldn't erase his memory. In short, if one's comprehension of the law of life and death wasn't thorough enough, then stepping into the gate of reincarnation would directly be obliterated by the will of the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Moreover, without comprehending the true intention of the gate of reincarnation, no one dared to step into this gate. After all, no matter who it was, when they first saw the gate of reincarnation, they would definitely think of reincarnation. It would be too late to avoid it. Who would dare to take the initiative to enter? Therefore, although people who had comprehended the law of life and death could enter this secret realm twice, the second time must be on the premise that they had thoroughly comprehended the law of life and death. Qin Feiyang had lived in seclusion in the Shin family village for many years and once again experienced the process of death in order to perfect his comprehension of the law of life and death. Similarly, this was also what the Divine King of Chaos said. Put yourself in death and fight to live. The gate of reincarnation seemed to be a dead end, but in fact, this was a bright path. A moment later, Qin Feiyang came in front of the gate of reincarnation. Although he was already very strong now, standing under the gate of reincarnation, he couldn't help but feel small. At the same time, at this moment, in his heart, there was some anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he didn't hesitate and stepped out of the gate of reincarnation. Immediately, a dazzling divine light shrouded him, making him unable to open his eyes. He closed his eyes and mentally prepared himself. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. A boundless world gradually came into view. Here, there was an extremely strange scene. The world on the left was surging with waves of blood, the aura of death was monstrous, and countless ghosts were screaming, as if it was a real purgatory. The world on the right was full of vitality, mountains and rivers, auspicious beasts galloped, as if it was a fairyland. Qin Feiyang could feel that this was also formed by the will of the law of life and death. The left represented death. The right represented life. Moreover, the will here was stronger than the world inside the gate of hell, and even he could feel a sense of oppression. There's still one last step. When this last step is completed, the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death will reappear in the world. Qin Feiyang murmured, took a step out, and landed in the middle of the two worlds. What he had to do now was to integrate the will here. As his body and mind relaxed, the power on both sides immediately turned into a torrent, continuously rushing towards him. So powerful! When the power of life and death drowned him, there was a tearing pain, and his consciousness almost collapsed. Yes. The current him was just a consciousness. If his consciousness collapsed, then even if he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he would still die here. Because his physical body and soul had already dissipated outside. I've already come this far, and you still want to erase me? Wishful thinking! All of you, submit to me! He roared. A powerful will surged out from his body. This was his will, and it was enough to shake this world. Life and death, two different forces, constantly collided in his body, making him feel worse than death. But in the end, under the suppression of his will, the two forces merged into one. At the same time, outside, the Shin family village also underwent a drastic change. The rain of light that Qin Feiyang's physical body turned into did not disappear, and it was like specks of crystal light floating between heaven and earth. Just as he was integrating the will of the law of life and death, the rain of light floating between heaven and earth gradually emitted a vast aura. This change immediately alarmed everyone in the village, including the mermaid princess, Fire Lotus, and the little brat from the Black Tortoise world. Originally, they were still sad. But suddenly, the rain of light that Qin Feiyang's physical body turned into actually erupted with such a terrifying aura? This made them immediately turn their sadness into joy. Of course, this was only limited to the mermaid princess and the others. Because they were experienced and knowledgeable, and they were extremely familiar with Qin Feiyang, they quickly identified that this aura was formed by Qin Feiyang's will. How could a dead person's will still exist? So, from this point, they could determine that Qin Feiyang was not really dead. This rain of light was actually Qin Feiyang's undying will. However, the people of the Shin family village did not think of this. Previously, even Qin Feiyang turning into a rain of light was already beyond their understanding, let alone this magical scene. They all raised their heads, looking at the rain of light floating in the sky in shock. Sister-in-law, look! Suddenly, Fire Lotus seemed to have discovered something, and scanned the surrounding mountains and rivers. Mermaid Princess quickly looked, and saw that the surrounding mountains and rivers, countless flowers and trees, were emitting a faint green aura. This is the life energy of the plants. Mermaid Princess mastered the law of life, and could tell at a glance. What's going on? Why is their life energy being extracted? Fire Lotus was surprised. But soon, she knew the reason. She saw that the life energy was all rushing towards one direction, and that was the sky above the village. Not long after, the majestic life energy rushed into the sky above the village, gradually drowning the rain of light that Qin Feiyang turned into. Soon, Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus discovered another shocking situation. The rain of light that Qin Feiyang's physical body turned into was actually absorbing the life energy. Did this mean that Qin Feiyang's will was actually extracting the life energy of the plants? Since his will was extracting the life energy of the plants, did it mean that he was being reborn? Thinking of this, whether it was Mermaid Princess or Fire Lotus, they could not help but cry tears of joy. This made the people of the Shen family village puzzled. What were they doing? At the same time, in the Black Tortoise realm, Little Wimp also saw the mystery and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, the situation outside was getting more and more intense. The flowers and trees near the village had almost all withered, and were spreading further away at an astonishing speed. But the strange thing was, the villagers standing at the entrance of the village, including Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus, did not feel that the life energy in their bodies was being extracted. Even the life energy that gathered above the village even took the initiative to enter their bodies. Chapter 4002. This life energy far exceeded the divine life pill. The old people in the village were all becoming younger. The wrinkles on their old faces gradually disappeared, and their white hair turned black. Shen Yulin also became more and more energetic. The children's faces were also glowing with health. Moreover, this life energy seemed to contain a kind of good fortune. The potential of everyone in the village was stimulated. Boom! At that moment, there were people constantly breaking through here. Shen Dezhuang directly soared to the perfect war god. He did not stop and was still soaring towards the perfect war god. Shen Shijia's cultivation also soared all the way to the warlord. Even those 4 or 5-year-old children also stepped onto the path of cultivation, erupting with terrifying potential. What's going on? Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess looked at this scene in shock. This is the good fortune that Brother Gu Feng bestowed upon us. That's right. It must be related to Brother Gu Feng. Even if he died, he did not forget us. His heroic spirit will always exist to protect us and the village. The villagers' faces were covered in tears. Even though he had died, he did not leave. He was using his own way to protect everything here. No, this is indeed related to Feiyang. It's not his heroic spirit that is protecting the village. This is Feiyang's will, Mermaid Princess muttered. Yes. Qin Dage completed the last step here. This village has done him a favor, so he is repaying the people of this village. Fire Lotus nodded. The surrounding mountains and rivers had completely withered. But not only were the people in the village fine, but the nearby beasts were also fine. There was no sign of life force being drawn away. Only the life force of the plants was being drawn away. There were hundreds of villages of various sizes around the Shen family village. Soon, this scene also appeared in these villages. The essence of the plants rose into the air and rushed towards the Shen family village. But other than that, whether it was humans or beasts, they were not affected at all. Of course, the people of other villages could not enjoy the treatment of the Shen family village. What's going on? Many humans and beasts were chasing the life force and flying towards the Shen family village, wanting to find out what was going on. But no matter which direction they came from, when they were 10,000 miles away from the Shen family village, they were stopped by an invisible force and could not move forward. It seems to be the direction of the Shen family village. What happened in the Shen family village? Everyone was surprised. Farther away, there was a city. This was the city that Shen Dezhuang often. At this moment, the essence of the plants around the city was also drawn out and soared into the sky, gathering into a vast amount of life energy. It was like an angry wave, crazily surging in the direction of the Shen family village, shocking everyone in the city. This news quickly spread throughout the western continent. How? Go check. No. Old Qi, go and investigate this personally. When the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance received the news, he immediately ordered the Deputy Alliance Master, and the Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted. The two of them immediately left the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and followed the life force all the way to the Shin family village. Thousands of miles away from the Shin family village, countless ferocious beasts and humans gathered. What's the situation? The Hall of the Exalted asked. We don't know. But the source seems to be the Shin family village, someone said. The two looked up at the Shin family village. With their cultivation, they could see the situation above the Shin family village clearly from 10,000 miles away. Looking at the sea of life above the village, the two immediately got up in shock. But there was no one in the sky. The light rain that Qin Feiyang's body turned into had been completely submerged by the life energy. Even if it was not submerged, they did not know that the light rain was Qin Feiyang's body. However, they felt familiar with the will that filled the sky above the village. Why do I feel a bit like Qin Feiyang? The Hall of the Exalted was surprised. Don't talk nonsense. The vice leader glared at him. It's true. If you don't believe me, feel it carefully. The Hall of the Exalted said. The vice leader's eyelids twitched. He quickly calmed down and felt it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes trembled. This was really Qin Feiyang's aura. What was going on? Let's go and have a look. The vice leader was anxious and rushed toward the Shin family village. However, he was also blocked by Qin Feiyang's will. The vice leader was surprised. The Hall of the Exalted tried to step forward but could not step into the 10,000 miles range. It was as if the 10,000 miles around the Shin family village had become a forbidden area that could not be set foot. Even they can't get close? The surrounding humans and beasts looked at this scene and could not help but show a trace of shock. These were the two giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The most powerful existence in the Western continent could not enter the Shin family village. What was happening in the Shin family village? Don't worry. Looking at the vice leader who was anxious, the Hall of the Exalted comforted him, and then looked down at the people of the Shin family village. Suddenly, his eyes were locked on the backs of Fire Lotus and the Mermaid Princess. But because he could only see their backs, he could not be sure if it was the two of them. Fire Lotus? He called out tentatively. Fire Lotus heard the voice and could not help but be stunned. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. Mermaid Princess and the people in the village also heard the voice of the Hall of the Exalted Leader and turned their heads to look. However, the people of the Shin family village did not have enough cultivation and could not see the situation 10,000 miles away. But Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus could see it clearly. It was not until this time that they realized that they had attracted so many creatures. These are the two girls. The Hall of the Exalted Leader was refreshed. He had entered the Black Tortoise realm many times. Of course, he knew Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess. Besides, they were also Qin Feiyang's wife and sister. The vice leader was also very happy and shouted, "What's going on?" Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus looked at each other and looked at the sky above the village. They turned and cut through the sky and landed on the vice leader and Fire Lotus like lightning. Who are they? Their aura is so strong. And they are both so beautiful. The creatures around looked at the two of them in surprise. Master. Elder Qi. Mermaid Princess looked at the vice leader and Fire Lotus. What? She called the vice leader master? Everyone was stunned. In fact, Mermaid Princess called Qin Feiyang. The vice leader was Qin Feiyang's master. So when Mermaid Princess met the vice leader, she also called him master. Yes. The vice leader nodded and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" "It's a long story." Mermaid Princess sighed and secretly told them about Qin Feiyang's situation in detail. What? Hearing this, the two of them immediately looked up at the sky above the Shin family village. It turned out that all this was because of Qin Feiyang. Did he have to pay such a high price to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life? Is he really not dead? Don't lie to us. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted looked at the two of them with a worried expression. I'm not lying to you. But now, we're actually very worried. After all, There has never been a precedent for the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. No one knows what the result will be. Fire Lotus shook her head. Hearing this, the vice leader and the hall master of the Hall of the Exalted looked even more worried. The vice leader sighed and said, "Take me to the village. I want to see his rebirth with my own eyes. Otherwise, I'll be restless if I go back to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance." "Can't you go to the village?" Mermaid Princess was stunned. "We're blocked by this boy's will." The hall master of the Hall of the Exalted smiled bitterly. "Huh!" Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus looked at each other in surprise. They had been in the village all this time and did not know about this. Wait a minute. Could it be that even they could not go to the Shin family village now? The two of them hurriedly stepped forward. In the end, they were really blocked by this will. The expressions of the two men froze. The vice leader and the hall master's expressions suddenly became interesting. They did not say anything, but even their wife and sister were blocked outside? However, weren't they still in the Shin family village? Why couldn't they go in again after coming out? It seems that the will left by Qin Dage does not have consciousness. He may have expected that it would cause a great sensation, so he left this will to prevent creatures from entering the Shin family village. Fire Lotus secretly said. Yes. Mermaid Princess nodded. In other words, the will left by Qin Feiyang did not recognize who they were. They could stay in the Shin family village before because they had already appeared in the village before Qin Feiyang's will appeared, so they were not excluded. But now, they left the Shin family village and appeared thousands of miles away, so they would naturally be excluded. If the people of the Shin family village left now, it would be the same. Because this will protected the entire Shin family village, not a single person. It was simple. Now, within thousands of miles of the Shin family village, one could only leave but not enter. What should we do now? Are we just going to stand here and worry? The deputy leader asked. That's the only way. Mermaid Princess smiled bitterly. If she had known, she would not have left the Shin family village. Alas! The Vice Alliance Master sighed and transmitted his voice. Old Chi, tell the Alliance Master and the others not to worry too much. Okay. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted nodded and took out the Divine Sound Stone. Fire Lotus saw this and quickly said secretly, Don't send messages here, go to the Divine Space item. What? The Hall Master of the Exalted was suspicious. There are too many people here. If they know about the situation here, they will definitely spread it out. When the Divine Kingdom knows about it, they will definitely come to make trouble. Maybe at that time, it will affect Qin Dage's rebirth. Fire Lotus secretly said with a serious face. The Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted heard this and could not help but shudder. If the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom really came to make trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately, he entered the Divine Space item. He sent a message to the leader, telling him the details of the Shin family village and telling him to block the news. Chapter 4003. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In half a month, this situation had spread to the entire Western continent. That's right. The current Western continent had become a desolate continent. Except for humans and beasts, all the flowers and trees had withered. Heaven and earth were filled with death aura. With such a big movement, the news couldn't be suppressed at all. The Alliance Master had done his best, but he was powerless. Soon, the news of the Western continent spread to the Eastern continent, Southern continent, and Northern continent. Even the forbidden areas. Countless creatures poured into the Western continent to see what was going on. Among them were Elder Hua, Hizhongtian, and the leaders of the Heavenly Palace. There were also giants like the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the Little Rabbit. When they found out about the situation in the Shin family village, they immediately ordered to do their best to suppress the news. The Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus were both worried. They thought that this situation wouldn't spread too far, and that they could hide it from the world. However, they didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. Sure enough. Finally, this news spread to the battlefield in the land of buried gods. What? Such an abnormality happened in the Western continent? Send someone to investigate. Such a big matter, there must be something strange. Late at night. The core area. Ryuko looked at Jiang Yinshuang and said in a deep voice. Okay. Jiang Yinshuang nodded and was about to turn and leave. But suddenly, Long Zi stopped Jiang Yinshuang and said with a frown, Let Wang Feng, Jiang Qin, and the others go. They are more familiar with the sky cloud realm and are strong enough to deal with any sudden changes. However, they must change their appearances and let Jiang Qin and the others hide their god race imprints. Okay. Jiang Yinshuang waved his hand and 3 figures appeared. It was the blue-haired youth Wang Feng, Jing Chen, and Jiang Xing. Sure enough, they didn't return to the Divine Kingdom. They had been hiding in Jiang Yinshuang's spatial treasure. With a few words from Jiang Yinshuang, the 3 immediately changed their appearances, hid their identities, and secretly went to the Western continent. At the same time, Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen also received the news. What's going on now? The 3 of them were puzzled. Teacher, I'll have to trouble you to personally investigate. Qi Xiaoyun looked at the white-bearded old man and asked. Qiner, I'll have to trouble you this time. Long Chen looked at Long Qin and said. The 2 of them immediately set off for the Western continent. The moment they entered the Western continent, both Wang Feng's group and Long Qin's group could not help but feel shocked. Everywhere he passed was filled with a deathly aura, and it was as if he'd arrived at a purgatory of death. What exactly happened? Needless to say, the methods of these people need not be mentioned. Soon, they found out that the root of the problem came from a place called the Shen family village, so they all went to the Shen family village. When they rushed over, they discovered that the big shots of the various forces in the sky cloud realm, including the Feather Emperor, were all gathered here. Strange. Long Qin and Whitebeard didn't hide their identities. They directly appeared beside the Feather Emperor and the others and asked in surprise, What's going on? The Feather Emperor and the others frowned as they looked at the 2 of them. If even the dragons and the Feng people had received the news, then the land of buried gods must have known as well. No. We must be prepared. Girl, quickly send a message to the white-eyed wolf and Frenzied. Also, the demon ancestor must come and help us. The Feather Emperor looked at the Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus. Okay. The 2 of them nodded. Seeing that no one answered him, Long Qin raised his head and scanned the sky above the Shen family village. A trace of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't see Qin Feiyang, he seemed to sense Qin Feiyang's aura. Could it be that all of this was related to Qin Feiyang? The white-bearded old man and Wang Feng's group, who had disguised themselves and hid in the crowd, also noticed this. They were extremely surprised. Lord Feather Emperor, what's going on? Wang Feng suppressed his cultivation and disguised himself as an old man in his 70s or 80s. He looked at the Feather Emperor and asked. Nothing. The Feather Emperor shook his head. Hearing this, Wang Feng furrowed his brows subtly. Why would there be such a big commotion if there was nothing? Moreover, all of you are gathered here. Who are you ignoring? Something big must have happened. Wait a minute. Could it be that Qin Feiyang is now at the critical moment of comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death? All these years, they had been guessing where Qin Feiyang was. They had also been investigating Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. They had also thought about where Qin Feiyang might be hiding and comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. So now, he couldn't help but think of this point. Because the situation was too strange. The essence of the entire western mainland had been extracted by Qin Feiyang. Apart from the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he couldn't think of any other reason. Hurry up and inform Ryuko and the Divine Lady, Wang Feng said calmly through voice transmission. Okay. Jiang Chen and the Divine Lady replied and left quietly. But at the same time, Long Qin glanced at Wang Feng. A wisp of strange light could be vaguely seen in her eyes. In fact, she had secretly activated her battle soul to eavesdrop on the voice transmission of the Feather Emperor and the others. She didn't expect to hear this conversation. Inform Ryuko and the Divine Lady. In that case, the old man who had asked the Feather Emperor earlier was definitely someone from the Divine Kingdom in disguise. However, she didn't say anything. She glanced at the Feather Emperor and the others before leaving silently. Seeing Longqin leave, the old man with the white beard also turned and left. Obviously, he was going to inform Qi Xiaoyun. Brother, I've already investigated clearly. The situation in the western mainland is caused by Qin Feiyang. Not far away. In the mountains. Longqin looked at Long Chen's shadow and said. Longqin said in realization. So it's this guy. No wonder Lunatic suddenly woke up from his seclusion and left without saying a word. But what is the reason for this? I haven't investigated clearly yet. The Feather Emperor and the others didn't mention the reason when they were secretly communicating. But I think it should be related to the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Otherwise, such a big commotion wouldn't have happened. Moreover, the Feather Emperor and the others wouldn't have come here personally. They even let Lunatic come out of seclusion. Longqin's eyes flickered. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Hearing this, Long Chen's spirit was lifted. Why do you look so happy? Longqin frowned. One had to know. If Qin Feiyang really comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, not only would he be a great threat to the Divine Kingdom, but he would also be a great threat to them. Of course I'm happy. Because this is what I'm looking forward to. As long as he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, we will have the capital to contend with the Divine Kingdom. Longqin smiled. Then aren't you afraid that he will deal with you in the future? Longqin frowned. We'll talk about the future later. Longqin shook his head and smiled. He asked, Have you discovered anyone from the Divine Kingdom? I really have to hand it to you. Longqin glared at Longqin angrily and nodded. Yes, and they are also notifying Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang at this moment. What? They're moving so fast? Then, have you told Feather Emperor and the others about this? Longqin was shocked and quickly asked. No. Longqin shook his head, his face full of displeasure. You're silly. For this matter, we must help Qin Feiyang unconditionally. Give me the coordinates, and I'll go there right away. You should also go to Feather Emperor and the others and tell them about the Divine Kingdom's situation. Longqin had a commanding tone that could not be disobeyed. Okay. I'll listen to you. Longqin was furious. He gave Longqin the coordinates, put away the Divine Sound Stone, turned around, and flew toward Feather Emperor and the others. At this moment, Lunatic had already arrived in the sky. His terrifying aura made all the creatures present tremble uncontrollably. Lunatic, we're here. Fire Lotus waved her hand. Lunatic landed beside Fire Lotus and Mermaid Princess, looked up at the sky above the Shin family village, and thought, What's going on? Qin Dage is at the critical moment of comprehending the ultimate law of life and death, so he needs your help. Fire Lotus transmitted her voice. As expected, Longqin just happened to fly over and secretly heard this, and he immediately felt indignant in his heart. This bastard, what did he do to deserve it? To be able to comprehend the ultimate law of life and death. Lunatic heard this and said angrily, Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter earlier? At first, we thought that we could control the situation, so we didn't want to disturb you, but we didn't expect it to develop to this point. Mermaid Princess sighed. What about Brother Wolf? Lunatic asked. I've also informed him and the demon ancestor. They will be here soon. Fire Lotus nodded. That's good. If the people of the Divine Kingdom really come to make trouble, with my strength alone, I really can't deal with them. Lunatic heaved a sigh of relief. As for Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, and Little Rabbit, no matter what happened, they couldn't do anything. This was agreed in advance, and now was no exception. Not if, but they will definitely come. At this time, Longqin landed beside them and said secretly, You eavesdropped on our conversation? Lunatic raised his eyebrows. If I didn't eavesdrop, would I have discovered the people of the Divine Kingdom? Long Qin secretly snorted coldly. What? You've already discovered the people of the Divine Kingdom? Feather Emperor was surprised. I've already discovered them before. But as for myself, I didn't want to tell you at all, but I had no choice. My big brother is a busybody, right? Long Qin pursed his lips. Yes. Can I thank you and your sister? Hurry up and tell us, where are they? Lunatic transmitted his voice and scanned the crowd. At this time, Jiang Xing and Blood Ancestor had also returned to Wang Feng's side. The three of them mixed in the crowd and were whispering to each other. It's the three of them. Long Qin secretly pointed at the three of them. Lunatic glanced at them intentionally and sneered secretly. They're courting death. Long Qin transmitted his voice. Ryuko and Jiang Yinchuan will definitely come immediately after receiving the news. Let's kill as many as we can before they arrive. This time, we're thinking of the same thing. Man chuckled and transmitted his voice. Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, Big Brother, when I attack later, you must take the living beings here and quickly move to another place so that they don't get hurt by accident. Okay. The three of them nodded. Then let's do it. Chapter 4004. Quick! At the same time, the Feather Emperor yelled and rushed to the top of the crowd. As he waved his hand, countless creatures below were immediately restrained by a divine power. Then, the Feather Emperor took these people and flew away without looking back. Miss Long Qin, help everyone! At the same time, after saying this, the Blood Ancestor also rushed to the right. The little rabbit used the instant time and went past Wang Feng and the other two, sweeping up all the creatures behind them. Long Qin was a bit dissatisfied. But she didn't hesitate and left with hundreds of thousands of creatures. What's going on? At the same time, there were millions of creatures gathered here. Seeing the lunatic suddenly go berserk and the Feather Emperor and the others suddenly sweep them away and escape into the distance, their faces were full of shock. Wang Feng and the other two were the same. Because at this moment, only the lunatic, the Mermaid Princess, Fire Lotus, and the three of them were left. The lunatic waved his hand and sent the Mermaid Princess to the Blood Demon Tower. He instantly turned into a giant and punched at Wang Feng and the other two. Are you crazy? Wang Feng's expression changed. Still pretending? Hurry up and show your true faces! The lunatic sneered. What? The three of them were shocked. How was it possible that he had already discovered their identities? From the beginning to the end, they hadn't revealed any flaws. He must be trying to scare them. What did you say? Why can't we understand? Jiang Chen shouted. The man's face was full of mockery. His fist was like a giant mountain that shattered the sky as it headed towards the three of them. Damn it! Wang Feng cursed and activated the ultimate power of the law of time and slashed at the lunatic's fist. Clang! With a loud sound, the longsword formed by the ultimate power of the law of time shattered on the spot. Is this the power of the root of all evil? It's so powerful! Wang Feng's eyes trembled. Boom! Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing looked at each other, and the mark of the god race appeared between their eyebrows. Then, the ultimate profundities of the space-time law and the devouring law instantly appeared and attacked the madman. Even Long Qin, who had mastered 3 ultimate profundities of supreme laws, did not dare to clash head-on with the God Clan's mark and 2 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. Because with the support of the God race imprint, the power of the 2 ultimate mysteries had already surpassed the limits of this level. But Madman didn't retreat even half a step. His fist smashed towards the space-time law's ultimate profundity, causing the galaxy to crumble on the spot. The madman was also knocked back. His face was a bit pale, but he sneered and took a step forward. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, he stomped a large hole in the ground. He stabilized his body and threw another punch at the ultimate law of devouring. Rumble! The ultimate profundity of the law of devour also dissipated in the void. Man was forced back a few steps as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After all, both of them had the mark of the god race. Whether it was the law of spacetime's ultimate profundity, or the law of devour's ultimate profundity, their power was comparable to his. However, in the eyes of Wang Feng and Jiang Qin, the madman was simply a godlike existence. The power of one punch had actually shattered the ultimate profundity of supreme laws. Furthermore, it was the ultimate profundity enhanced by the god race imprint. The power of the root of all evil was too terrifying. The power of the god race imprint was already heaven-defying and could raise the profundity of supreme laws by a level. But the power of the root of all evil could not only raise the profundity of supreme laws by a level, but it could also raise the man's physical body and strength to this level. With this strength, apart from Ryuko's 3,000 incarnations, who else could be the man's match? Rumble! At the same time, the shockwaves of the four people's battle crazily attacked the will left behind by Qin Feiyang. The people of the Shen family village had also sensed the terrifying shockwaves of the battle. Everyone's face was filled with shock. What kind of people were fighting? Who was protecting them? Could it be Gu Feng's heroic soul? Dazhuang, little Jia, go and take a look, but don't get close. Shen Mulan came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at Shen Dazhuang beside him. Okay. The two nodded and turned toward the battlefield. At the same time, the madman also noticed that the shockwaves of the battle were clashing with Qin Feiyang's will. This caused his brows to furrow involuntarily. The will Qin Feiyang left behind was clearly to protect the Chen family village, and at the same time, to protect himself. Once this will was shattered by the shockwaves of the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Qin Feiyang's will was very strong, it was still a clash of supreme laws and ultimate profundities. If it continued, this will would definitely be destroyed. Don't worry! At this moment, Long Qin returned. With a wave of her hand, a 3-foot-long thin sword appeared. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, and was surrounded by a holy light. This light transformed into 2 pure white wings, like a pair of angel's wings. This was her mid-level dominator weapon. Angel's sword. What are you doing? Don't forget our agreement. Seeing Long Qin take out her mid-level dominator weapon, Wang Feng and the others thought that she was going to use it to deal with them. Just you guys? You're not worthy for me to use the angel's sword. Long Qin smiled contemptuously and looked at the angel's sword. Protect the Shen family village. Clang! The divine light of the angelic sword bloomed and turned into a beam of white divine light that swept to the top of the sky. Beams of divine light poured down like a waterfall. In an instant, a 10,000-foot-long enchantment appeared and enveloped the Shen family village below. Qin Feiyang's will was also enveloped in this barrier. However, even if this barrier existed, it couldn't stop the life energy that came from all directions. It directly penetrated the barrier and gathered above the village. This bastard, what kind of monster is he? A mere will can actually ignore the barrier of the angel's sword, Long Qin muttered. In the blink of an eye, the madman looked at this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked back at Long Qin and smiled. You're very cute today. As his voice fell, the madman immediately charged toward Wang Feng and the others. He didn't hold back at all. The law of destruction and the law of space and time surged out. With the support of the origin of all evil, the power was even more terrifying. The two ultimate laws charged toward Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing. Cute? Long Qin was stunned and blushed a little. She was a little embarrassed. Don't just stand there. Quickly kill Wang Feng, the madman shouted. This woman is really easy to satisfy. Just a casual compliment, and she's happy. Long Qin came back to her senses and glared at the madman. The law of death, the law of time, and the law of karma were activated. At the same time, she stepped on the moment of time and instantly arrived above Wang Feng. Boom! As she waved her hand, the 3 ultimate laws charged toward Wang Feng with the power to destroy the world. Damn woman! Wang Feng's face sank. Although he also grasped three ultimate profundities, there was only one ultimate profundity of the strongest law. It was simply impossible for him to contend with Long Qin. Decisive. A destructive aura rushed out of his body. Anyway, he left his divine soul in the divine kingdom. It didn't matter if he self-destructed. Self-destruct? Do you have no other moves besides self-destructing? The sky pride of the divine kingdom only has this much ability? Long Qin sneered. What are you being arrogant for? Wang Feng roared, feeling extremely ashamed. The three ultimate laws were activated. They were the law of time, the law of metal, and the law of earth. You think you're worthy of being called a sky pride with such a temperament? Long Qin's face was full of ridicule. A casual sentence had infuriated this person. What a brainless person. Boom! In an instant. When the six ultimate laws met, it was completely unstoppable. Wang Feng's three ultimate laws were annihilated on the spot. Then, Long Qin's three ultimate laws crashed down. With a shrill scream, Wang Feng's divine soul was destroyed. Well done! The madman looked at this scene and laughed. Shut up! Hurry up and kill them! Long Qin stared at him. You're not cute at all now. The madman shook his head. He had already fought several rounds with Jiang Qin and Wang Feng. Jiang Qin and Wang Feng were already covered in wounds. Although they had the mark of the god race, the mark of all evil was stronger than the mark of the god race. Moreover, in terms of individual strength, the two added together were still inferior to Jiang Yinshuang. Even Jiang Yinshuang wasn't a match for the madman, let alone these two. Go to hell! The madman grinned and stomped down. The two screamed and turned into a pile of mud on the spot. That's too cruel! Long Qin muttered. What a waste of time. However, the madman had a look of displeasure. What waste of time? Long Qin was taken aback. These people resurrect each time they are killed. If this isn't a waste of time, then what is? The madman pursed his lips. Now that you mention it, it is indeed a waste of time. Long Qin nodded. They are. At this time. A cry of surprise sounded. The madman and Long Qin turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a man and a woman in the void inside the barrier. This man and woman were Shindazhuang and Shinxiajia. He seems to be. Shindazhuang looked at the giant standing outside in shock and exclaimed, Madman M.O. He is the legendary Madman M.O. What? Shinxijia's eyes trembled as she raised her head to look at the madman in horror. Although he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, his body was still huge, just like a giant spirit god. And Long Qin. Shindazhuang looked at Long Qin again, and his breathing became rapid. Why would these 2 legendary figures come to their Shin family village? You are from the Shin family village? The madman bent his waist and lowered his head. He moved closer to the barrier formed by the heavenly god's sword and sized up the 2 little ants like an elephant. Yes. We are from the Shin family village. Shindazhuang replied while trembling with fear. Even though there was a barrier between them and Qin Feiyang's will, they could still feel a great pressure coming from the madman's body. That was a godlike existence. Shinxiajia was even more flustered. Facing the madman's oppression, she almost suffocated. Don't be nervous. We won't hurt you. On the contrary, we are here to protect you. The madman bared his teeth and revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome. But he didn't know that this grin in the eyes of Shindazhuang and Shinxiajia was as scary as a monster. Chapter 4005. You'll scare them like this. Long Qin rolled his eyes. Why don't you look at your current size? Even experts of the same realm would be scared, let alone children like Shinxiajia and Shindazhuang. The madman froze for a moment, and then laughed loudly. His body quickly shrank and returned to his original appearance. Now he looked much more pleasing to the eye, but Shindazhuang and Jiang Xiaojia were still very nervous. Because in their eyes, the madman and Long Qin were legendary figures, high and unreachable, so there was an instinctive fear in their hearts. Even at this moment, they felt like they were dreaming. They were actually able to see these two in person. And they were here to protect them. Protect? This was a bit strange. The Shin family village was just a small place in a remote mountain. Why would such a big shot come to protect them in person? Shwa! At this moment, a space-time passage appeared. The man raised his eyebrows and looked at Shin Dazhuang and Jiang Xiejia. You two go back to the village. What happened here is not suitable for children. Not suitable for children? When Shin Dazhuang and Jiang Xiejia heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. He actually said they were children? Although they were indeed very young, they had lived for decades. No matter how you look at it, they couldn't be considered children. They didn't expect the legendary Man Mo to be such a humorous person. However, the two didn't dare to disobey the Man and turned to fly back to the village. At the same time, two figures walked out of the space-time passage. It was Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang. As soon as the two appeared, they looked at the shattered earth below and the tragic aura in the void. An uneasy premonition rose in their hearts. You're only here now? Isn't it a bit late? We didn't even have time to send them off. The man looked at the two with a mocking expression. When Ryuko and Jiang Xiejia heard this, their faces suddenly sank. But there was also a problem. Not long ago, when Jiang Chen and Jiang Xiejia sent them a message, they personally said that their whereabouts weren't exposed and they were very safe. But how come in the blink of an eye, the three of them had already died? Did the three of them expose their identities? Impossible. Facing the man, how could they expose their identities? I'm really curious. This is a matter of our sky cloud realm. What are you outsiders doing here one after another? Man looked at the two of them mockingly. Their eyes flickered as they looked up at the sky above the Shin family village. Even with their temperament, when they saw the surging life energy above the village, they couldn't help but be shocked. The life energy gathered above the village had already surpassed the laws of life. Furthermore, they had indeed sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. It seemed that his guess was correct. Although he didn't see Qin Feiyang, he was definitely within this enchantment. He was comprehending the ultimate mysteries of the life and death laws, and had even reached the final step. Thinking of this, Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang looked at each other. Boom! Both of their auras erupted. The god race mark on Jiang Yinshuang's forehead glowed with dazzling light. I'll hold them back. You use your 3,000 clones to break the barrier and destroy the village. Jiang Yinshuang secretly instructed Ryuko before activating the ultimate mysteries of the three strongest laws and attacking the Man and Longqin. Haven't I taught you enough lessons before? The Man laughed and once again turned into a giant. Two ultimate mysteries, coupled with his pair of fists, attacked without hesitation. The two collided in an instant. Ryuko's eyes flashed as he took a step towards the enchantment. The 3,000 clones instantly activated. The two ultimate mysteries of the Karma Law and the Destruction Law all appeared. 3,000 clones, that was 6,000 ultimate mysteries. Seeing this scene, Longqin's expression changed. Looking at the Man, he shouted. His target is the Shin family village. The Man's face also sank. However, Jiang Yinshuang clung to the Man, not letting him escape. Longqin gritted his teeth and stood in front of Ryuko, shouting, Don't even think about it. What's the point of this? I've investigated. You siblings have a blood feud with Qin Feiyang. Why are you risking your lives to protect him? We should be cooperating, but you're courting death. Ryuko's eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom! The 3,000 clones waved their hands, and 6,000 ultimate mysteries immediately attacked Longqin. I don't want to help them. But there's no other way. Who told me to have such a meddlesome brother? Longqin whispered, not retreating at all. 3 ultimate mysteries of the 3 strongest laws appeared and attacked the 6,000 ultimate mysteries like moths to a flame. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were moths to a flame. 3 ultimate mysteries against 6,000 ultimate mysteries, there was no hope at all. Boom! With a loud bang, the 3 ultimate mysteries were annihilated on the spot. Long Qin spat out a mouthful of blood. His ruddy complexion instantly turned deathly white. Get out of the way! Seeing that Long Qin was about to be drowned by the 6,000 ultimate mysteries, a space-time passage appeared in the sky. Accompanied by a furious roar, the white-eyed wolf charged out of the space-time passage. He stepped on momentary time and instantly landed in front of Long Qin, pushing Long Qin away. White-eyed wolf! Long Qin's expression changed, and he shouted, You're no match for him. Get out of the way! The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul was terrifying, but it needed time. As for the white-eyed wolf's 4 strongest laws, they were meaningless in the face of the 3,000 clones. However, the white-eyed wolf turned a deaf ear and stared at Ryuko, saying in a deep voice, Who was the one who said that we should get along peacefully? What are you doing? You believe me just because I said so? Ryuko sneered. Very well. The white-eyed wolf was so angry that he laughed and looked up. A person stood in front of the space-time passage in the sky. This person was the ancestor fiend. He came with the white-eyed wolf, but he walked behind the white-eyed wolf, so he came out later than the white-eyed wolf. 3,000 clones can't escape the control of the Eye of Despair, the ancestor fiend said. His eyes instantly turned grayish-white. Whether it was Ryuko or the 3,000 clones, they immediately fell into the abyss of despair. Although the 3,000 clones were invincible in front of others, they had a fatal flaw in front of the ancestor fiend. This fatal flaw was that they had an independent consciousness. Having an independent consciousness was actually a very good thing. This was also the strength of the 3,000 clones. If they didn't have an independent consciousness, the 3,000 clones wouldn't be so powerful. Without an independent consciousness, they wouldn't be able to use all kinds of powerful techniques like the original body. But in front of the ancestor fiend, this was a fatal weakness. Because they had an independent consciousness, they would have feelings of despair, and naturally, they wouldn't be able to escape the control of the Eye of Despair. If the ancestor fiend was a puppet that had no consciousness, then the Eye of Despair would be useless. Because a puppet without consciousness wouldn't be able to feel despair. That was why the 3,000 clones' greatest advantage became the biggest flaw in front of the ancestor fiend. As Ryuko and the 3,000 clones were controlled by despair, the 6,000 ultimate mysteries that were attacking the white-eyed wolf immediately dissipated in the void. They had already fallen into the abyss of despair. How could they still control the ultimate mysteries? When Long Qin saw this, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But soon after she frowned. She frowned. Why was she worried about this damned wolf cub? This bastard should be the one who wanted him dead. It was probably because he had saved her previously that she felt some sympathy for him. That was what Long Qin was thinking. But the white-eyed wolf wasn't in the mood to care about Long Qin's thoughts. When it saw that Ryuko and the 3,000 clones were controlled by the Eye of Despair, it immediately activated the 4 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws and charged at Ryuko. I'll take your life while you're down. You didn't expect that you wouldn't succeed, did you? Frenzy sneered as he fought with Jiang Yinshuang. What are you so proud of? The best part is yet to come. Jiang Yinshuang laughed angrily. With a thought, 9 young men and women suddenly appeared out of thin air. They were the other 9 prodigies apart from Wang Feng. These 9 people had already fought with Long Qin, Long Qin, and Li Feng when they first came to the land of buried gods. However, when they faced Long Chen's realm of divinity, the powerful Long Qin, and Li Feng who controlled the true body of the puppet, they all ended up in a rather miserable state. But now, Long Qin wasn't here, and neither was Li Feng. For them, this was a chance to wash away their shame. Go stop the golden-winged wolf king and awaken Ryuko, Jiang Yinshuang shouted. The 9 people immediately activated their ultimate mysteries and charged at the white-eyed wolf. Seeing this, Long Qin immediately rushed to the white-eyed wolf's side and activated his 3 ultimate mysteries. With the power to destroy the world, he charged forward angrily. The white-eyed wolf's 4 ultimate mysteries! Longqin's 3 ultimate mysteries. These were the ultimate mysteries of the 7 ultimate laws. Such strength could be said to be able to sweep away everything. But the other party? There were 9 of them. Moreover, all 9 of them had grasped 1 ultimate profundity of an ultimate law and 2 ultimate profundities of an ordinary law. Just the number of laws and mysteries alone was enough to crush them. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the ultimate mysteries of the 2 sides collided with a loud bang. A destructive aura erupted, and the ultimate mysteries of the white-eyed wolf and Longqin were shattered one after another. Blood spurted out of their mouths. "Ryuko, wake up!" one of them shouted. His voice was like a bell, and it was transmitted into Ryuko's mind. Ryuko immediately jolted awake. He immediately looked up at the demon ancestor in the sky. Facing the demon ancestor again, despair rose in his heart. As long as the Eye of Despair was activated, he would be affected. But he desperately suppressed the despair. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as he roared, "You're courting death." Although the 3,000 incarnations were still half awake and half drunk, he did not need the help of the 3,000 incarnations to deal with the demon ancestor. With his own strength, he could easily kill the demon ancestor. The 2 ultimate mysteries of the law of cause and effect and the law of destruction carried the power to destroy the world. They shattered the heavens and the earth as they charged toward the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor's expression changed. He hurriedly activated the moment of time and rushed toward the white-eyed wolf and Longqin. He, too, had mastered the 3 supreme laws. The first was the law of time, the second was the law of death, and the third was the law of devour. And he had already comprehended the ultimate mysteries of these 3 ultimate laws. And now, he could only meet up with the white-eyed wolf and Longqin. Because with his strength, he could not compete with the ultimate mysteries of the 2 ultimate laws. However, just as he rushed toward the white-eyed wolf and Longqin, the 2 ultimate mysteries turned in the air and chased after them under Ryuko's control. At the same time, the 3,000 incarnations also completely shook off their despair. The 6,000 ultimate mysteries appeared again and charged toward the white-eyed wolf and the other 2. The 3 of them were in a precarious situation. Chapter 4006. To make matters worse, the 9 paragons attacked again. Each of them had 3 ultimate Tao meanings. 9 of them had 27 ultimate Tao meanings. "Bastard, get out of my way!" Lunatic roared. Every punch and palm contained lethality that surpassed the ultimate Tao meanings. But at this moment, Jiang Yunchuang was desperately restraining him, making it difficult for him to escape. Even if he could escape, he wouldn't be able to fight against the 3,000 clones. "Retreat!" The fiend ancestor rushed behind the white-eyed wolf and Longqin and immediately shouted, "We can't retreat! We have to protect the Shen family village!" The white-eyed wolf roared. Protecting the Shen family village was equivalent to protecting Qin Feiyan. Once they retreated, the Angel Sword wouldn't be able to deal with the 3,000 clones. Besides, the Sky God's sword was a sovereign weapon. It couldn't attack Ryuko and the others. In that case, the fiend ancestor gritted his teeth and looked at Ryuko, the 9 paragons, and the 3,000 clones. The 9 paragons instantly fell into the abyss of despair. They stood in the void and shivered. Their ultimate Tao meanings also dissipated. However, Ryuko and the 3,000 clones were almost crazy. Their eyes had turned red as they desperately suppressed the despair in their hearts. They had to admit that Ryuko's temperament was really terrifying. He could even fight against the eyes of despair. "Fall into the abyss of despair for me!" The fiend ancestor's eyes of despair were unleashed to the extreme. Drops of blood even dripped down from the corners of his eyes. Boom! Ryuko and the 3,000 clones' minds buzzed. They finally reached their limits, and their hearts were drowned in despair. But at this moment, the 6,000 ultimate Tao meanings had arrived. Even though the 6,000 ultimate Tao meanings were also dissipating, it was enough to kill them before it dissipated. The white-eyed wolf didn't retreat. He activated his ultimate Tao meanings and attacked with all his might. But in the face of 6,000 ultimate Tao meanings, his 4 ultimate Tao meanings were just a drop in the bucket. They didn't even cause a single wave and were directly shattered. How annoying! Long Qin cursed angrily. She also activated her 3 ultimate profound meanings. Similarly, it was a hopeless situation. She was not afraid of a bloody battle. However, she was not happy that she was standing with the white-eyed wolf and risking her life with him. The aura of 6,000 ultimate mysteries alone was enough to send the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin flying. Their bodies were instantly drenched in blood. Fiend Ancestor, who was standing at the back, was also very unlucky. The 2 of them slammed into him like a meat cushion. Puff! The Fiend Ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood. Following closely, the 3 of them were sent flying like meteorites, crashing into the barrier behind them. They saw stars above their heads and blood gushed out. Although it was slow, everything happened in an instant. More than half of the 6,000 ultimates had dissipated, but they were still charging toward the white-eyed wolf and the other 2. Furthermore, even if most of it had dissipated, it was still enough to kill 3 people. Brother Wolf! Man roared. He finally got rid of Jiang Yinshuang and rushed toward the 3 people. However, at this moment, it was too late. Seeing that the 6,000 ultimate mysteries were already in front of him, Long Qin smiled bitterly. I really didn't expect that I would die with a bastard like you. Do you think I want to die with you? The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely. However, at this moment, a mighty aura erupted in the sky. Following closely, a huge barrier appeared and instantly enveloped the white-eyed wolf and the other 2 and the 6,000 ultimate mysteries. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The 6,000 clones that had almost dissipated immediately disappeared within the barrier. Brother! Long Qin had already closed her eyes and waited for death. This sudden scene made her immediately open her eyes. She looked up in surprise and saw a young man in white standing in the sky. Who else could it be but Long Qin? And this barrier was God's domain. Why are you only here now? The white-eyed wolf's heart also surged with the joy of surviving a calamity. Then, he raised his head and stared at Long Qin. Long Qin took a step forward and landed in front of the 3 of them. He smiled and said, Isn't this just right? Good, your sister. The white-eyed wolf coldly snorted and turned to look at Demon Ancestor. He said in a deep voice, Are you all right? Demon Ancestor's face was pale and his eyes were full of blood. It was a shocking sight. I'm fine. But my eye of despair has already reached its limit. I'm afraid I can't help you anymore. Demon Ancestor shook his head. There was a tearing pain in his eyes. There were still some differences between the eye of despair and the eye of heaven. It would take a long time for the eye of heaven to replicate the ultimate mysteries. In other words, it couldn't be replicated instantly. But the eye of despair was different. It could be used instantly. Because of this, when Demon Ancestor opened the eye of despair, he had to bear a huge burden. Especially when encountering someone like Ryuko, the eye of despair couldn't hold on for long. After all, no matter what method it was, there was a limit. I'm fine. Leave the rest to us. Long Qin waved his hand. Fortunately, there was Demon Ancestor. Otherwise, not to mention the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin, even Lunatic would have died in the hands of Ryuko and the rest. Yes, your mission has been completed. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Although Demon Ancestor only made a short move, he had irreplaceable contributions. As his voice fell, the white-eyed wolf activated the law of life. A majestic life force emerged. Without waiting for instructions, Long Qin Demon Ancestor began to absorb the life force. The injuries on their bodies instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, Ryuko and his 3,000 incarnations had also awakened. Demon Ancestor's eye of despair had reached its limit. His feelings of despair naturally collapsed. After waking up, he immediately looked at the white-eyed wolf and the rest. Seeing that the white-eyed wolf and the rest were still alive, he couldn't help but feel a trace of anger. It was such a good opportunity, but he didn't manage to kill the three of them. Long Chin! Immediately after, he looked at Long Chin, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Didn't we agree to get along peacefully? Long Chin looked at Ryuko unkindly. Long Chin snorted coldly. We asked him just now. Not only did he not give us an explanation, but he even mocked us. Is that so? Long Chin whispered. Ryuko's eyes darkened. He looked at the 9 prodigies and shouted, Wake up! The 9 of them quivered as if they had just woken up from a dream. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. When they looked at Demon Ancestor again, their eyes were filled with fear. That eye of despair was too terrifying. If it weren't for Ryuko, they would definitely be corpses now. Fortunately, Demon Ancestor had not comprehended the ultimate meaning. Otherwise, with Demon Ancestor's own strength, he would be able to kill them when they were dominated by despair. Jiang Yinshuang, you deal with Long Chin. Leave the rest to us. Murderous intent flashed in Ryuko's eyes. He decisively led the 9 prodigies and charged towards Lunatic. When Jiang Yinshuang heard that, he immediately charged towards Long Chin. You didn't want me to leave just now. Don't even think about leaving now. Lunatic smiled sinisterly. His huge body was like a fiend god descending to the world as he stomped towards Jiang Yinshuang. White-Eyed Wolf and the other 2 were out of danger. He could finally fight to his heart's content. At the same time, Long Chin also took a step forward. With his god's domain, he charged towards Ryuko and the others. Ryuko didn't dare to fight with Long Chin because his god's domain could restrain his 3,000 incarnations. That was why he let Jiang Yinshuang restrain Long Chin. That was because Jiang Yinshuang's god's mark could break through God's domain. Last time in the land of buried gods, Jiang Yinshuang relied on his own strength to break through God's domain, causing Long Chin to fall into an extremely sorry state. Similarly, Lunatic and Long Chin also knew this. Lunatic was facing off against Jiang Yinshuang. The source of all evil was facing off against the God's mark. Lunatic was confident of victory. Long Chin was also confident of victory against Ryuko. Therefore, they couldn't let Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang switch battlefields. Because once they succeeded, they would lose without a doubt. But Ryuko and the others weren't easy to deal with either. They didn't fight with Long Chin at all. Instead, they charged towards Jiang Yinshuang at full speed. Is this all you have? You don't even have the guts to fight with me? Long Chin frowned. However, Ryuko and the others weren't provoked by these words at all. They rushed in front of Jiang Yinshuang and charged towards Lunatic. Lunatic saw that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly retreated. Then let's have a chaotic battle! Long Chin took a step forward and landed beside Lunatic. Ryuko looked at Lunatic and Long Chin with flickering eyes. Suddenly, he sent a voice transmission to the 9 prodigies. You guys go and kill Golden-Winged Wolf King. Long Chin and the Demon Ancestor, especially the Demon Ancestor, must die. The Demon Ancestor's threat was too great. If the Eye of Despair were to recover, it would be a disaster for them. As for the White-Eyed Wolf and Lunatic's battle souls, although they also had heaven-defying abilities, they needed time. In comparison, they were less of a threat. In a battle like this, the first thing they had to get rid of was the person who posed the greatest threat. Okay. The 9 nodded and immediately killed the White-Eyed Wolf and the other 2. Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang also immediately attacked. 3,000 incarnations, God race mark, ultimate intense, such heaven-defying means were used without reservation. Lunatic glanced at the 2 and then looked at Long Chin. You won't stab me in the back, right? To this, Long Chin rolled his eyes at him and rushed towards Ryuko with his god's domain. Your opponent is me! Jiang Yinshuang shouted coldly. The 3 ultimate intents of the strongest laws carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth as they blasted towards the god's domain. Boom! The god's domain collapsed. You also got the wrong opponent. Your opponent should be me. Lunatic laughed. His body and strength were his best weapons. He stepped in front of Long Chun and punched towards Jiang Yinshuang's three ultimate intents like a storm. At the same time, Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations also activated their ultimate intents and charged towards Lunatic. But Long Chen's God's domain appeared again and enveloped Ryuko. It forced Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations to retreat, because they did not dare to enter the God's domain. Once they entered the God's domain, the 3,000 incarnations could no longer be activated. Therefore, the battle between the four of them was quite strange. While avoiding the person who could restrain them, they went to kill the other person, constantly pulling back and forth. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. But on the other side of the battlefield, it was a one-sided situation. The demon ancestor could not participate in the battle. Long Qin and White-Eyed Wolf's strength, although they could crush any one of the opponents in a one-on-one battle, but now the opponents were 9 people working together. The number of ultimate intents of the strongest was far above them. This made the two of them quite embarrassed. White-Eyed Wolf also wanted to activate his battle soul, but the opponents did not give him the chance. Long Qin alone could not stop the 9 of them. If not for White-Eyed Wolf's mastery of the law of life, which allowed him to constantly heal his injuries, they would have been defeated by these 9 people. Chapter 4007. Shin Family Village. Shin Dezhuang and Shin Shujia ran back to the village entrance and turned their heads to look at the battlefield. Their eyes were filled with shock. Although they couldn't see the battle scene, the terrifying aura made them tremble uncontrollably. "What's going on?" Shin Mulin asked. The others in the village were also looking at the two of them. "It's Man Mo and Long Qin," Shin Dezhuang said excitedly. "What?" The villagers were incomparably shocked. It was actually these two terrifying existences. Someone asked. "Then who are they fighting with?" "They told us to hurry back to the village, so we don't know who they are fighting with. However, Madman said that they are protecting our Shin family village." Shin Daozhuang frowned. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. "Protect our Shin family village?" When the villagers heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Shua! However, at this moment, 4 figures appeared without any warning. They were Li Feng, Old Poison, Qiao Shui, and Li Zhongxing. "Who is it?" The villagers were shocked. "Don't be nervous. We are also here to protect your Shin family village," Li Feng said without turning his head, and then, he and the other 2 crossed the void and rushed to the battlefield. Their appearance was of course caused by Little Wimp. The people of the Shin family village were unable to see the battlefield that was thousands of miles away. However, Little Wimp, Li Feng, and the others could clearly see the situation of Man and the others through the image in the void. So, Little Wimp let Li Feng and the other 3 go to help. "He seems to be..." Suddenly, Shin Dezhuang stared at Li Feng's back and trembled with excitement. "Dezhuang, what's wrong with you?" A woman looked at Dezhuang with concern. Shin Dezhuang shouted. "Auntie, he seems to be the legendary Little Devil, Li Feng." "What? He is the Little Devil Li Feng? The disciple of the great Devil Blood Ancestor?" Everyone was dumbstruck. What was going on? Man Mo, Long Qin, Li Feng, they all appeared in their Shin family village, and they were all here to protect them. The most important thing, whether it was the 2 women who claimed to be Gu Feng's wife and sister, or Li Feng's group of 4, they all appeared out of thin air. Little Demon King? Although he was already very far away from the Chen family village, with Li Feng's current cultivation, he could naturally clearly hear the villagers' discussions. This made him rather surprised. When did he get this nickname? "This nickname suits you quite well," Old Poison snickered. Li Feng smiled helplessly. He couldn't treat the old man as a little demon just because he was a big demon. In fact, he was very kind. But who would believe that? No one would believe it. During the conversation, the 4 of them arrived in front of the barrier. White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin were seriously injured again. The fiend ancestor had been sent into a spatial divine item by Long Qin. If the demon ancestor were to stay outside, he would only become a burden to the two of them. As for the battle between Feng Zi and the other three, it had already reached its climax. Their bodies were covered with injuries of varying degrees. Heavenly God's sword, open the barrier! Li Feng scanned the battlefield and suddenly shouted. This voice. Man and the others immediately turned their heads to look at the barrier. When they saw Li Feng's group, a trace of surprise crawled up their faces. They really came at the right time. But Ryuko and the others' faces changed. Because they had all fought with Li Feng before. As Li Feng's voice fell, a crack appeared in the barrier in front of him. Li Feng's aura surged out, blocking the surging battle fluctuations. Then, he stepped out of the barrier. Li Zhongxing and the other two followed closely behind. When the four of them left the barrier, the crack quickly healed. Do you think there's no one in my sky cloud realm? His voice was like thunder, his aura soaring into the sky. The four of them charged towards the 9 great prodigies. Li Feng's 3 puppet true bodies appeared, and his ultimate intent was fully activated. Li Zhongxing and the other two also released their own ultimate intent. Although Li Feng had only mastered 2 ultimate intents, the slaughter law and the space-time law, he had 3 puppet true bodies. Including himself, that was 4 people. Li Zhongxing and the other two also mastered 2 ultimate intents. One was a supreme law ultimate intent, and the other was an ordinary law ultimate intent. In any case, their strength couldn't be underestimated. With the addition of the 4 of them, the white-eyed wolf and Longqin's predicament was immediately reversed. Revenge if you have a grudge! The white-eyed wolf roared. Revenge if you have a grudge! Longqin also roared in a low voice. They really had a tacit understanding. 7 ultimate intents surged out, and together with Li Feng and the other 3, they charged towards the 9 great prodigies. Damn it! If we had come 1 step later, the golden-winged wolf king and Longqin would have died without a doubt. The 9 great prodigies roared. Your thinking is naive, but reality is cruel. Now the ones who will die are you! Li Feng laughed sinisterly. Dozens of ultimate intents shattered the sky, and suppressed the 9 great prodigies. The 9 great prodigies couldn't block it even if they used all their strength. This was because the number of ultimate profound meanings had already shown a crushing advantage. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang and painful screams, the 9 great prodigies' blood splattered across the sky, and in the end, their bodies were destroyed. This scene made Long Zi 2 people palpitate with fear and trepidation too. The 9 great prodigies were restraining the white-eyed wolf and Longqin. They couldn't even defeat the frenzied one and Longqin, let alone now. Now it's your turn! Li Feng turned his head to look at Ryuko and Li Feng, and smiled coldly and immediately charged over. Longqin, Li Zhongxing, and Li Feng also followed closely behind. But the white-eyed wolf didn't move. He took a deep breath and stared at Ryuko and Li Feng. His eyes were filled with a shocking cold light. This was already the 2nd time. But last time, when the 2 of them went to assassinate the demon ancestor, they knew how to hide it. But this time, they were brazen. Did they really think that the Sky Cloud Realm was a place where they could behave atrociously? Today, if these 2 were not taught a profound lesson, they would definitely become more arrogant in the future. Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shaking beast roar, a golden beast shadow appeared in the sky. Strip them of their nomological laws! The white-eyed wolf said coldly. In this world, a violent wind suddenly blew. Streams of formless energy covered the sky and covered the earth as they surged towards Long Zi and Long Zi. Not good! Run! Ryuko's face suddenly changed. Where do you think you're going? Li Feng and others rushed over and surrounded the 2. We can't let him strip us of our nomological laws. Directly self-destruct! Jiang Yunshuang roared anxiously. Boom! A destructive aura immediately surged out from their bodies. However, even in the face of the 2's self-destruction, Man and others didn't shrink back and crazily rushed forward. They certainly wouldn't kill them. They wanted to crush the 2's sea of qi before they self-destructed. This way, they could forcibly cut off the two's self-destruction. Swish! But at this moment, a space-time passage appeared above the group of people. Two figures drenched in blood ran out in a sorry state from inside. Seeing this, Man and others' faces changed greatly. Because these two people were Yun Xiang and the Master Jura. "What's the matter with you guys?" Li Feng asked. But Yun Xiang didn't explain. He stared at Ryuko and Li Feng and roared, "Don't stop and don't waste time depriving them of their cultivation and nomological laws. Quickly kill them!" Man and Longchen looked at each other. Although they didn't know what was going on, since Yun Xiang said so and was in such a hurry, there must be a reason. Boom! The group of people immediately activated their ultimate mysteries and attacked Ryuko and Li Feng. At this moment, another space-time passage appeared in the sky. Following closely, accompanied by a terrifying aura, a middle-aged man in a purple robe walked out of the space-time passage. This person was about 1.8 meters tall, and his body was as straight as a pine tree. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and there were strands of white hair on his temples. He was filled with vicissitudes of life. With his hands behind his back and his long hair fluttering in the wind, he was like an emperor descending. Heaven and earth trembled at this moment. It's too late. When Yun Xiang and the Master Jura saw this person descend, their faces suddenly changed and they immediately rushed to the white-eyed wolf's side. "Who is he?" The white-eyed wolf was bewildered. "I don't know, but he's very strong." Yun Xiang and Li Feng shook their heads. However, at the next moment, a surprise cry let them know the identity of this person. "Father!" This was Ryuko's voice. He also stopped self-destructing. Jiang Yinshuang was also surprised. Ryuko's father, was there a need to ask? He must be the son of the Divine Kingdom's king, the big brother that the princess of the Divine Kingdom mentioned. When Man and the others heard Ryuko's cry, they were also shocked. The son of the Divine Kingdom's king actually came in person. Moreover, the princess of the Divine Kingdom had long said that her big brother also controlled 3,000 incarnations. Sure enough, the middle-aged man glanced at the battlefield, and his incarnation suddenly appeared in the void behind him. They lined up in a row, and their momentum was astonishing. Boom! What was even more terrifying was that these 3,000 incarnations actually activated 6 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. That's right. 6 ultimate laws, not a single one of them was an ordinary law. 3,000 incarnations, 6 ultimate mysteries, that was a total of 18,000 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. What kind of scene was this? It was simply shocking. "If you dare to kill my son, I will kill them." The middle-aged man looked at Man and the others and said. As his voice fell, 18,000 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws suddenly surged towards the white-eyed wolf and the others like a tide. Before they even got close, that terrifying and monstrous divine power shattered the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. Man and the others looked at each other and could only stop. Seeing this, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and the 18,000 ultimate mysteries also stopped. However, his aura had been firmly locked onto the white-eyed wolf and the others, causing the white-eyed wolf and the others to break out in cold sweat. "Ha! Continue! Aren't you very powerful? Why don't you dare to make a move? I'm standing here, come on! And the golden-winged wolf king, didn't you want to deprive me of my laws? I beg you, hurry up and deprive me!" Ryuko immediately clamored and laughed wildly. Man and the others clenched their hands and silently retreated to the side of the white-eyed wolf and the others. "Look at you, you're like stray dogs," Ryuko sneered. "Too arrogant." Old Poison's face was full of malevolence. "There's no other way, our backer is here, how can we not be arrogant? Moreover, even if we kill them, there's no practical use. Soon they will come back to harm the Sky Cloud realm, unless we deprive them of all their cultivation or shatter the divine soul they left behind in the Divine Kingdom." Longchen secretly sighed, glanced at Ryuko, and said indifferently, "Don't act like a clown, it's ugly." Chapter 4008. I'm a clown. When Ryuko heard this, he was furious. 3,000 incarnations appeared behind him, and ultimate mysteries soared into the sky, emitting monstrous divine power. Everyone's face suddenly sank. Both father and son had 3,000 incarnations. How could they play? They couldn't let Longchen deal with the father and son alone. No matter how heaven-defying the god's domain was, there was still a limit. The middle-aged man looked down at Ryuko and said lightly, "They're right. Don't do such a thing again. It's beneath the demeanor of the purple gold divine dragon clan." "But father, they—" Ryuko looked aggrieved. How could he be reprimanded in front of outsiders? "Yunxiang Shura, what's going on?" Frenzy asked telepathically. "When I heard the news here, I also planned to come and help, but I suddenly thought that this matter might alarm the older generation of the Divine Kingdom. So I contacted Senior Brother and asked him to accompany me to guard the core area and stop the older generation of the Divine Kingdom. But I didn't expect that this person would come. I've never seen the ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws. Even if we joined forces, we couldn't defeat him. At that time, he hadn't even activated 3,000 incarnations, so Senior Brother and I immediately came to inform you. I asked you to quickly get rid of Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang because I was worried about this situation," Yun Xiang said secretly. "Then what should we do now?" Long Qin asked secretly. "Now we can only delay. And none of us know if the people of the Divine Kingdom will come to the Sky Cloud Realm later," Long Qin said secretly. He looked up at the middle-aged man and cupped his hands. "May I know Senior's name?" "Heavenly Lord Ji," the middle-aged man said. "Heavenly Lord Ji," Longchen murmured and frowned. "Senior, we have always had an agreement that the older generation won't interfere. Even your father, the king of the Divine Kingdom, made a blood oath. Now you're doing this. I really don't know what you mean. I do not deny this agreement. But you should also know that my father personally invited Qin Feiyang to join our Divine Kingdom, but he didn't agree," Heavenly Lord Ji said coldly. "We know about this," Longchen nodded and said. "But this invitation is indeed a bit too much for Qin Feiyang. We didn't force you, did we? However, since it cannot be used by the Divine Kingdom, it naturally cannot be allowed to live in this world," Heavenly Lord Ji said. The white-eyed wolf sneered. "You've been talking for so long because you're afraid that little Qinzi will be able to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death and pose a threat to the Divine Kingdom." Heavenly Lord Ji glanced at the white-eyed wolf before looking up at the sky above the Shin family village. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "His achievements today are mostly due to the purple gold divine dragon race." "What?" Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf's face immediately became dull. Little Qinzi's achievements today are entirely due to his own efforts. What does it have to do with the purple gold divine dragon race? You really know how to flatter yourself. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the white-eyed wolf's unconvinced face and said lightly, "If he didn't have the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon race, and if he didn't have the purple gold divine dragon race's secret technique of the 3,000 incarnations, how could he have survived until now? How could he have such a talent?" "Yes. You're an elder. Whatever you say is right." The white-eyed wolf nodded with a sneer on his face. But the meaning behind his words was quite obvious. Everyone present could understand it. "You're an elder, but you came here to bully us juniors. Do you have any shame? What's the point of such a childish trick like talking nonsense?" Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the white-eyed wolf mockingly. "Looking at your shameless behavior, it's indeed not very interesting," the white-eyed wolf retorted. "You're courting death." Ryuko flew into a rage. How dare he humiliate his own father? The 6,000 ultimate mysteries above the 3,000 incarnations instantly shattered the void and the earth and attacked the white-eyed wolf. Longchen took a step forward. The god's domain enveloped this area. When the 6,000 ultimate mysteries entered the god's domain, they immediately began to dissipate slowly. "This is the god's domain." Heavenly Lord Ji sized up the god's domain. There was a hint of shock hidden under his calm expression. It was indeed the nemesis of the 3,000 incarnations. Soon, the 6,000 ultimate mysteries all dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Seeing this, Ryuko stared at Longchen as if he wanted to eat him. You should feel lucky. If your divine soul hadn't been in the divine kingdom, you would have become a dead soul in my hands. Longchen looked at Ryuko indifferently. Ryuko immediately felt ashamed and angry. He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. But Longchen ignored him and looked at Heavenly Lord Ji. So you're going to do it? That's right. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. Longchen's heart sank. Aren't you afraid that your father will be killed by the blood oath? Blood oath. Heavenly Lord Ji murmured and looked at Longchen with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you know why my father didn't come in person? What do you mean? Longchen was surprised. The eyelids of Frenzy and the others also twitched. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. The blood oath is indeed terrifying. Even a sovereign divine weapon can't resist it. But, speaking of this, Heavenly Lord Ji sneered and continued, the power of the divine kingdom isn't something you can imagine. We don't have the ability to resist the blood oath, but someone can. What? When Longchen and the others heard this, their eyes immediately trembled. There was someone in the divine kingdom who could resist the blood oath? Frenzy suddenly thought of something and secretly wondered. Could it be the sovereign of the divine kingdom? Ice Dragon and Small Beast had said that the divine kingdom was an independent world. There was an even stronger existence behind the king. This existence was the master of the divine kingdom, which was equivalent to Qin Feiyang's position in the Black Tortoise world. If this sovereign really has the strength to resist the blood oath, then this time Qin Feiyang is afraid. Longchen couldn't help but turn his head and look at the sky above the Shen family village. His face was full of worry. Although Longchen didn't finish his words, Frenzy and the others knew what he was going to say. If the king's blood oath was really forcefully broken, then the divine kingdom would definitely try their best to prevent Qin Feiyang from being reborn. In other words, they would face an even more difficult battle. Feather Emperor Shuaizhu, Big Brother, can you hear me? Immediately evacuate the creatures of the western continent. Suddenly, Frenzy raised his head and roared. His voice was like a bell that resounded in all directions. In the distance, Feather Emperor, and Little Rabbit each stood on the peak of a giant mountain and sealed off the fluctuations of the battle. Because if they didn't seal off the fluctuations here, with the strength of Frenzy and the others, more than half of the western continent would be destroyed. And now, hearing Frenzy's roar, their faces suddenly sank. Was he going to turn the western continent into a battlefield? It seemed that this battle had exceeded their expectations. Without any hesitation, the three immediately ordered the reclusive old antiques of the various races to come to the western continent to help. At the same time, Longchen and the others heard Frenzy's roar and saw his determination. They took a deep breath and immediately prepared to fight to the death. Heavenly Lord Ji saw all of this. In the past, when he heard his father praise the young people of the Sky Cloud Realm, he didn't think much of it. But now, it seemed that they were all rare talents. Even in the face of death, they were fearless. How good would it be if these young people were from the Divine Kingdom? With this kind of fearless spirit, they would definitely become the overlords of this world in the future. But unfortunately, they were born in the Sky Cloud Realm and became a threat to the Divine Kingdom. Since they were a threat, they naturally had to be erased. Especially Longchen, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, and Qin Feiyang. They absolutely couldn't be allowed to continue growing. Suddenly, the 18,000 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws suspended in the air before them erupted with world-destroying divine might and attacked the madman's group. I hope it's not too late to evacuate, Longchen whispered. The next moment, a monstrous battle intent erupted from his body as his god's domain enveloped the area. Roar! White-Eyed Wolf activated his battle soul. Frenzy activated his blood eye. They didn't dare to hold back at all. Humph! Heaven Lord Ji sensed that his body was petrifying. The power of laws surged out, and collided with the power of the frenzy's blood eye and the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. 6 ultimate laws that had reached the ultimate level. One could imagine how powerful they were. The blood eye couldn't petrify him. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul couldn't deprive Heaven Lord G of his cultivation. You guys are really overestimating yourselves. You actually want to compete with Father? Ryuko sneered. Boom! 18,000 ultimate mysteries, accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, slammed into the godly domain. The godly domain immediately began to distort, and cracks began to appear. The terrifying fluctuations made Frenzy and the others' blood boil. As the owner of the god's domain, Longchen suffered a fatal injury. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. But he didn't retreat. His eyes were filled with determination. Although the distorted god's domain was still shattering, the shattering speed had slowed down. Brother, can you do it? Longchen asked. Believe me, I can definitely do it. Longchen took a step forward, charging at Heavenly Lord Ji. Brother, what are you doing? Longchen roared in shock and anger. But Longchen turned a deaf ear and took another step. Just as he was about to be drowned by the 18,000 ultimate laws, the god's domain enveloped Heaven Lord Ji. In an instant, the god's domain displayed heaven-defying divine power. Heaven Lord Ji's 3,000 clones immediately dissipated in the void. This was because the god's domain's ability was to nullify divine arts. Therefore, as long as Heaven Lord Ji was enveloped by the god's domain, the 3,000 clones would naturally be nullified. And as the 3,000 clones dissipated, the 18,000 ultimate laws also dissipated in front of Longchen and turned into nothingness. This scene made Longchen, Frenzy, and the others break out in cold sweat. If they were a step later, Longchen would definitely be drowned by the 18,000 ultimate laws. At that time, even a deity wouldn't be able to save him. What a risky move! Immortal God of War will continue to be updated in the hand fighting bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand fighting bar. Chapter 4009. What are you waiting for? Go! Longchen shouted. Frenzy and the others trembled as they activated their ultimate intents and charged towards Heavenly Lord Ji. Heavenly Lord Ji frowned. He activated 3,000 clones again, but he couldn't activate them. He tried to activate his ultimate intents again, but he couldn't activate them either. This god's domain is indeed terrifying, Heavenly Lord Ji whispered. Being enveloped by this god's domain, no matter how heaven-defying a technique, or how powerful a law was, it was all meaningless. If it was someone else, they would only die once they entered the god's domain, because they wouldn't be able to use any means. But how could it be so easy to kill him? He took a step back. Moreover, he activated the moment of time and his speed was extremely fast. That's right. He wanted to leave the god's domain. As long as he left the god's domain, all his problems would be solved. Possible. He had underestimated Longchen. Because in his opinion, Longchen was only a junior. And he had mastered 6 ultimate intents, so he was naturally a bit arrogant. He might not even consider Longchen as an opponent, so of course, he didn't care about him. But he didn't know. If he really thought so, then he would have made a fatal mistake. Although Longchen was a junior, and his ultimate intents weren't as good as his, Longchen's battle awareness and means were stronger than those of the older generation. He finally seized the opportunity to trap Heavenly Lord Ji in the god's domain, so how could he let Heavenly Lord Ji leave so easily? He took a step forward and also used the moment of time, but his speed wasn't slower than Heavenly Lord Ji's. No matter how Heavenly Lord Ji retreated, he was still inside the god's domain. The ultimate intents of White-Eyed Wolf and the others had already reached Heavenly Lord Ji. Seems like I was a bit careless, Heavenly Lord Ji whispered. Facing this group of young people, he had to treat them like he was facing experts of the same level. Boom! The ultimate intents bombarded, and Heavenly Lord Ji's body was torn apart. Dragon blood dyed the sky red. Father! Uncle! Outside the god's domain, Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang's expressions changed. Boom! Without hesitation, Jiang Yinshuang unleashed the power of his god race imprint. What do you want? The man roared, and the power of the origin of all evil surged out like a bloody wave. Before Jiang Yinshuang could even get close to the god's domain, he was sent flying by the origin of all evil's power. Lunatic! Jiang Yinshuang was furious. As soon as he activated his Eye of Life, his injuries began to heal. Previously, she was able to restrain man because of this Eye of Life. Although the Eye of Life had yet to evolve, the Eye of Life was different from the other strongest fighting souls. The Eye of Life was used to heal injuries. Although it wasn't as effective as the complete Eye of Life, it still had a very strong recovery ability. Don't call me father! Man snorted and stared at the place where the ultimate profound was. In the face of such an attack, he should be dead. Although it was possible that Heavenly Lord Ji had left his divine soul in the divine kingdom, as long as he could kill Heavenly Lord Ji, he could temporarily resolve the current crisis. Boom! However, suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Whoosh! Before Man and the others could react, a figure flashed out of the god's domain. Oh no! Long Chen's expression changed. Not only was Heavenly Lord Ji not dead, he didn't even have any injuries on his body. What happened? Looking at Heavenly Lord Ji, who was already standing outside the god's domain, Man and the others were confused. He was actually unharmed? What kind of joke was this? Did he think that their ultimate profound was fake? But the truth was right in front of them. Heavenly Lord Ji stood outside, and there was not a single wound on his body. Look at his glabella! Suddenly, White-Eyed Wolf's pupils constricted. Everyone immediately looked at the space between Heavenly Lord Ji's eyebrows and saw that there was a purple-gold divine dragon mark there. It looks familiar. It seems to be... Man murmured and suddenly looked at Ryuko. That's right. Last time in the land of buried gods, when he fought with Ryuko, he also saw a similar mark on his glabella. At that time, when Ryuko was seriously injured, he activated this mark and erupted with a terrifying life energy, instantly healing his injuries. That's right. It's exactly the same. Li Feng also nodded. He was also present at that time and was very surprised. However, before this, they all thought that this was Ryuko's personal means. For example, Man's all-evil mark was only one in the world. But they never thought that Heavenly Lord Ji also had this mark. It seemed that it should be the same as the mark of the god race. All the members of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan had this mark. Boom! Suddenly, waves of terrifying power erupted, waking up Long Chen and the others. They immediately looked up and saw that Heavenly Lord Ji had once again activated his 3,000 avatars. 18,000 ultimate profound of the ultimate profound of the ultimate profound rushed towards the god's domain like a torrent. At the same time, with the help of the Eye of Life, Jiang Yinshuang's injuries had mostly healed. She and Ryuko looked at each other and charged towards the barrier at the same time. Not good! You guys go and stop him! Long Chen shouted. How? I can stop Jiang Yinshuang, but I can't stop Ryuko's 3,000 avatars. Man roared. We have to stop him even if we can't. The hope of the Sky Cloud Realm is all on Qin Feiyang. Nothing can happen to him. Long Chen shouted angrily. Man gritted his teeth and turned to look at the White-Eyed Wolf and the others, roaring. Let's go! Except for Long Chen, everyone immediately rushed out of the god's domain and charged towards Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang. Boom! The moment they left the god's domain, the 18,000 ultimate profound of the ultimate profound blasted into the god's domain. The god's domain twisted again and cracks continued to appear. No! This has exceeded the limit of the god's domain. And, compared to before, it seems to contain a faint will. But this isn't Heavenly Lord Ji's will, it seems to be. Long Chen suddenly looked up at the sky and exclaimed. The will of heaven and earth. That's right. This is the will of heaven and earth. It can also be called the will of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. The will of the heavenly Tao. Long Chen's eyes trembled. How could this be possible? All living beings in the world, no matter who they are, as long as they master the ultimate profound of the six supreme laws, they will be blessed by heaven and earth and will descend upon them. As long as you fuse with this will, the power of the ultimate profound will multiply. In other words, my 18,000 ultimates have already surpassed the power of the ultimates themselves. You can also understand it this way. These 18,000 ultimate profound have been blessed by the source of all evil, or the mark of the God race. But for you, these are still too far away. Of course, you won't have the chance to fuse with the will of the heavenly Tao because you will die now. Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying will burst out. Long Chen suddenly felt as if he was standing under the foot of the heavenly Tao and was as small as an ant. As the will of the heavenly Tao fully erupted, the 18,000 ultimate profound also erupted with an even more terrifying divine power, shattering the God's domain on the spot. It was like a withered tree, unable to withstand a single blow. Puff! Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite. The 18,000 ultimate profound aura roared and instantly turned Long Chen into a bloody man. How is this possible? White-eyed Wolf and the others heard the commotion and turned to look. They were instantly shocked. Brother! Long Chen immediately flew toward Long Chen. Don't come over! Don't bother about Qin Feiyang anymore. Run away immediately! Long Chen shouted. 18,000 ultimate profound of the supreme laws. It even contained the will of the heavenly Tao. As Heavenly Lord Ji said, the power of these ultimate profound was on par with the lunatic's origin of all evil and Jian Yunshuang's God's mark. This had far exceeded their limits. If they didn't run, they would die. Therefore, instead of dying here, it was better to run away. At least there was still hope in the future. However, Long Chen didn't run away. Tears flowed from his eyes. If they were to die, they would die together. Lunatic and the others were silent for a while, then smiled at each other and continued to attack Ryuko and Jian Yunshuang. Yes. They didn't choose to run away. Even if they died, they would fight to the end. This group of little guys. The more I look at them, the more I admire them, but unfortunately, they are not from the Divine Kingdom. Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head and sighed. His face was full of regret. Whoosh! Long Chen landed in front of Long Chen. What are you doing? I told you to go, didn't you hear me? Long Chen shouted angrily. I'm not going. Long Chen shook his head. He stood in front of Long Chen and faced the 18,000 ultimate profound without fear. Long Chen waved his hand and the heavenly God sword appeared. Then, he pushed Long Chen away and shouted, Heavenly God sword, take her and lunatic and escape immediately. Although the heavenly God sword was a mid-level sovereign weapon, it didn't have the power to resist so many ultimate profound. Not to mention that these ultimate profound contained the will of the heavenly Tao. But the heavenly God sword didn't leave. You won't listen to me? I'm doing this for your own good. I beg you, leave quickly! Long Chen roared. The Dragon God asked me to protect you. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to escape responsibility. So I might as well die with you, the heavenly God sword said. Long Chen looked helplessly at the heavenly God sword and Long Chen, then turned to look at the lunatic and the others. This group of people also stood in front of the barrier. Facing Ryuko's 6,000 ultimate profound, they didn't retreat a single step. I'm very lucky to know you. If there's an afterlife, let's not be enemies anymore. Long Chen smiled. It seems like we're not enemies now. White-eyed Wolf grinned. Lunatic grinned. Now that things have come to this, can we write off our previous grudges? Are you asking for my forgiveness? Long Chen asked with a smile. You're already a person who's about to die. What face can't you put down? Yes. I'm begging you. Lunatic nodded. Haha, Fine, from now on, our grudges are written off. In the next life, we'll fight side by side again. Longchen raised his head and smiled. He activated his ultimate profound and charged toward the 18,000 ultimate profound. The heavenly god's sword and Long Qin followed closely behind. Let's meet again in the next life. The lunatic, white-eyed wolf, Li Feng, Master Jura, Yun Xiang, and Li Zhongxing looked at each other. They also laughed and charged toward Ryuko's 6,000 ultimate profound. Chapter 40:10. The Black Tortoise Realm. Led by Little Wimp, Wu Wu and the others looked at the scene in the sky with sorrow in their eyes. Inside the Blood Demon Tower, the Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus stood next to each other, holding each other's hands as they looked at the scene outside and cried silently. But at the same time, there was a smile in their teary eyes. If Mad Scientist died, the Blood Demon Tower wouldn't be able to survive. If the Blood Demon Tower couldn't survive, they would die too. But to be able to walk all the way to this day, to be able to die together with everyone, was actually a happy thing. Whoosh! Boom! At this moment, the wind howled in the sky and the dark clouds rolled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds and rain poured down. It was as if even the sky was crying. However, no one noticed that at this moment, there was a snow python shuttling through the dark clouds, heading straight for the battlefield. A young man in black was lying on the back of the snow python with a green foxtail in his mouth. His eyes were half open and he looked extremely tired. In the blink of an eye, on the battlefield below, tens of thousands of ultimates covered the sky and the terrifying power shook the entire western continent. The creatures that were retreating felt this energy, and couldn't help but turn around and look in the direction of the Shin family village. What are you looking at? Let's go! The reclusive antiques of the various races shouted. Their cultivation was much stronger, so they felt it more clearly. Even if they were a few billion miles away, they could still feel the terrifying danger. So, the battle in the Shin family village was very fierce. Rumble! In the sky, the thunder was even louder. Long Chun and the white-eyed wolf were about to be drowned by tens of thousands of ultimates. But then, Heavenly Lord Ji seemed to feel something and raised his eyebrows to look inside. He saw a young man in black and tattered clothes descending from the sky and landing in front of the Heavenly God's sword and the Long Chun siblings. It's you! Long Chun looked at the back of the young man and shouted. What are you doing? Let's go! The young man didn't look back. A terrifying energy rolled out, and the Heavenly God's sword and the Long Chun siblings immediately flew towards the Crazy One and the others. As for the snow python, it had already disappeared. Clearly, he had asked him to deliver the spatial divine item. If you guys work together, you should be able to take care of Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang. The young man yawned again and again. Even when he spoke, he seemed tired and powerless. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Several figures suddenly appeared behind the young man. These people who appeared out of thin air actually looked exactly the same as the young man. Weren't these 3,000 clones? 3,000 incarnations was a forbidden art of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. How could this person have it? But what was this? There was an even more shocking scene. With a snap of the young man's fingers, one ultimate profundity after another appeared. It was the ultimate profundity of the 6 supreme laws. How is this possible? Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes trembled. Not only did he control 3,000 incarnations, but he also possessed the ultimate profundities of 6 supreme laws of nature. The young man's expression was still languid, as if he could not wake up from his slumber. Suddenly, another finger snap was heard. Boom! A monstrous might erupted like a volcano. The will of the heavenly Tao. That was right. This was the will of the heavenly Tao. With the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, the power of the ultimate profundities instantly soared. 3,000 incarnations, ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws of nature, the will of the heavenly Tao, the strength and methods displayed by the young man were not inferior to Heavenly Lord Ji's at all. What a terrifying guy! Long Chen whispered and turned to the Heavenly God's sword. Bring us over to support him! The other party had already broken the agreement, so they naturally did not need to abide by it. The fully awakened Heavenly God's sword was several times faster than the moment of time. It swept up Long Chen and Long Qin and instantly landed beside Lunatic and the others. How could this be? Ryuko roared unwillingly. All the ultimate profundities crazily attacked Lunatic and the others. But at the same time, he turned around, pulled Jiang Yinshuang, and fled into the sky. On the other side, the young man and Heavenly Lord Ji had already clashed. All the ultimate profundities kept colliding, erupting with destructive power. Who are you? Heavenly Lord Ji was furious. Not to mention the 3,000 incarnations and 6 ultimate profundities, how could such an existence appear in a place like the Sky Cloud Realm? The young man kept yawning and said listlessly, You are not qualified to know my name. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The son of the monarch, the overlord of the world, actually said that he was not even qualified to know his name? At the same time, with the support of Long Chen, Long Qin, and the Heavenly God's sword, Lunatic and the others escaped death. However, the crisis was not over yet. Because the battle between the young man and Heavenly Lord Ji was enough to threaten the barrier set up by the Angel's sword. The barrier must not be broken. Nothing must happen to the Shen family village. Whoosh! The group did not have time to heal their injuries. They turned around and rushed to the front of the barrier. The power of laws surged out and turned into a huge barrier. Clang! White-eyed Wolf, Yun Ziang, Li Zhongxing, Xiao Shui, and the old poison looked at each other and waved their hands. Sovereign weapons appeared one after another. Immediately, under the leadership of the Heavenly God's sword, these sovereign weapons soared into the sky and landed beside the Angel's sword, setting up a few more barriers. At this time, the Shen family village could be said to be protected by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At this time, White-eyed Wolf activated the law of life to help everyone heal their injuries. This guy is too strong! Lunatic looked at the young man who was not weaker than Heavenly Lord Ji with shock in his eyes. I really didn't expect him to be so strong. Long Chen nodded. Here, not only Lunatic and White-eyed Wolf, Long Chen and his sister were also very familiar with the young man. This was because the young man had already shown great strength in the ancient world. However, although they could see that the young man was extraordinary, they never expected him to have such heaven-defying means. Since he is so strong, why didn't he make a move after the Divine Kingdom descended? Li Zhongxing was puzzled. This person is not on our side. Lunatic shook his head. Not with us? Li Zhongxing was surprised. And, although we already knew him in the ancient world, no one knows his origin and identity. He is like a mystery. The most important thing is that every time he makes a move, it will exceed everyone's imagination. Lunatic said. So mysterious? Li Zhongxing, Old Poison, and Xiao Shui looked at each other. This person couldn't be here to play, right? Who is he? Why have I never heard of him before? In the distance, Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang's faces were also full of surprise. After coming to the Sky Cloud Realm for so many years, they had already investigated the well-known powerhouses of the Sky Cloud Realm, but there was no information about this person. He can't be the son of your aunt and the human emperor, right? Jiang Yinshuang suddenly asked. Ryuko's aunt was the princess of the Divine Kingdom. Impossible! I didn't sense the aura of the purple gold dragon blood on him. Ryuko shook his head. Your aunt's son might not be able to awaken the purple gold dragon blood, Jiang Yinshuang said. This? Ryuko's expression froze. These words were very reasonable. The inheritance of the bloodline power might not be a biological son or daughter, but it might be a descendant of another generation. For example, Qin Feiyang. Although he didn't know which generation Qin Feiyang was a descendant of the Qin clan, from the way Qin Feiyang usually addressed the princess of the Divine Kingdom, he must be a descendant of another generation. If that was the case, then wouldn't this young man in front of him be his cousin? No! Absolutely impossible! Ryuko clenched his fists. Even if it was true, he didn't want to believe it. How could a person who didn't have the purple gold dragon blood be more outstanding than him? The ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws were an unreachable dream to him. But how could he explain the 3,000 incarnations? Although his aunt betrayed the Divine Kingdom, she would never pass the 3,000 incarnations to an outsider. Rumble! Accompanied by a loud noise, the first confrontation between the two finally ended. The young man still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Such a person can actually comprehend the ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws? Heavenly Lord Ji clenched his fists and felt very unbalanced. He shouted, "Who exactly are you? Why do you have 3,000 incarnations?" Frenzy and the others also looked at the young man. Because this was also the question in their hearts. Apart from the purple gold dragon race, only the princess of the Divine Kingdom, Qin Feiyang, and the demon ancestor had 3,000 incarnations. The purple gold dragon race lived in the Divine Kingdom, and the young man hadn't even been to the Divine Kingdom. Naturally, he couldn't have gotten them from the Divine Kingdom. As for the princess of the Divine Kingdom, she had given the 3,000 incarnations to Empress Yu in the early years, and she had already lost this heaven-defying method. Not to mention the demon ancestor. He had always been in the Black Tortoise world and had never interacted with the young man. Qin Feiyang certainly wouldn't give the 3,000 incarnations to an outsider. Both were impossible. Where did the young man's 3,000 incarnations come from? But the young man stood there as if he was about to fall asleep and didn't want to talk to Heavenly Lord Ji at all. Heavenly Lord Ji frowned. What kind of attitude was this? But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the young man in surprise and asked, "Are you my sister's child?" Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. The child of the princess of the Divine Kingdom? It was impossible not to be impressed by the power of his image. Of course, they all knew that the child of the princess of the Divine Kingdom was Qin Batian. It had nothing to do with this young man. The young man was also stunned and looked at Heavenly Lord Ji. Suddenly, a trace of slyness flashed in his narrowed eyes. He nodded and said, "Yes, I am your sister's child, Qin Batian." What the hell? His words were truly shocking. Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. What was this guy trying to do? He actually pretended to be Qin Feiyang's ancestor. Qin Batian. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the young man and shook his head. "You don't look like him at all." "Nonsense. It's not real at all. How can he look like him?" The white-eyed wolf mumbled. "As their child, do I have to look like them?" The young man said indifferently. "But you don't have the purple gold dragon blood," Heavenly Lord Ji said. "Purple gold dragon blood? I don't even care about this plaything." The young man pouted and his face was full of disdain. "How dare you! Since you're the descendant of the purple gold dragon, then you should protect the dignity of the purple gold dragon blood instead of looking down on it." Chapter 40:11. Protect the dignity of your purple gold dragon blood. You are thinking too much. The young man was disdainful and didn't dodge at all. He punched out lightly, but the seemingly light punch wasn't any weaker than Ji Tianjuan's. An intense battle ensued. Man and the others finally saw the true strength of the young man. He was much stronger than them. "He really is my aunt's child." Looking at the young man who was locked in battle with his father, Ryuko's face was particularly ferocious. How could a person who didn't even have purple gold dragon blood have such strength? "Since he is your aunt's child, then the ancestor that Qin Feiyang spoke of must be him. It's really beyond imagination to be this strong. How did a low-level civilization that doesn't even have the inheritance of the ultimate mystery do it?" Jian Yinshuang's face was also full of disbelief. If the Sky Cloud Realm had the inheritance of the ultimate mystery, Then it could be explained that this person had integrated the inheritance. But, according to their investigation over the years, they couldn't find the inheritance of the ultimate mystery in the sky cloud realm. If he didn't integrate the inheritance, then he comprehended it himself? What a joke. In terms of age, as the child of the princess of the divine kingdom, he was younger than her and Ryuko. How could he comprehend the ultimate mystery of the 6 strongest laws? Unless this person opened the legendary gate of potential. Longchen took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and transmitted his voice. Chiner, you stay here with everyone to protect the Shin family village. Brother Mo, Brother Wolf, let's go kill Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang. Okay. This time, we must deprive them of all their cultivation. White-eyed Wolf's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ryuko? Goddess? Humph. Today, I will make you fall from the altar and never be able to rise again. However, just as the 3 were about to attack. Brother Man, Brother Wolf, look! Li Feng exclaimed. The 2 were stunned and turned to look at Li Feng. They saw Li Feng looking at the sky with a face full of shock. Seeing this, the 2 of them hurriedly raised their heads and looked over. Their expressions were immediately shocked. Longchen and the others were the same. At this moment, the rolling dark clouds in the sky gradually turned blood red. Countless bolts of lightning also turned blood red. A terrifying heavenly might was gradually awakening. What happened? Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang also noticed this scene, and their faces were full of surprise. Boom! Following closely, a terrifying aura exploded above the Shin family village. The group of people turned their heads to look at the sky above the village. Could it be Qin Feiyang? At this moment, all the villagers in the Shin family village raised their heads and looked at the sky in surprise. The life energy gathered from the entire western continent surged in the sky like a vast ocean. It was countless times more spectacular than the life laws. Everyone in the village was greatly improved by this energy. For example, Shin Dazhuang's current cultivation had already soared to the initial Divine Lord realm. This was equivalent to him crossing an entire realm in this short period of half a month. Even Shin Dazhuang himself felt like he was dreaming at such a speed. As for the other people in the village, even the strongest person in the village, Shin Dazhuang, had broken through an entire realm. What about the others? In short, everyone had been reborn. One day in the future, the hundreds of people in the Shin family village would inevitably become famous in the Sky Cloud realm. Even in the future, they would become a force to protect the Sky Cloud realm. At this moment, there seemed to be a faint figure in the rolling life energy in the sky. But the life energy was too rich to see clearly. However, as the dark clouds and lightning in the sky all turned blood red, a huge vortex suddenly appeared above the village. All the life energy frantically rushed toward the vortex. In just a few breaths, the life energy in the sky disappeared, revealing a white figure. Qin Feiyang! Old Qin! Little Qin Zi! Qin Dage! Young Master! Frenzy and the others were wild with joy. That's right. This white figure was Qin Feiyang. The previous vortex was caused by him absorbing the life energy to reconstruct his body. Yes. He extracted the essence of the entire western continent's plants just to reconstruct his body. At this moment, his skin was like a newborn baby, glowing with treasure light. His temperament had also become a little different from before, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He was clearly standing in front of them, but he looked a little ethereal. Who is this? Looking at Qin Feiyang standing in the sky, many people in the village were surprised. But Shin Dazhuang was like a bolt from the blue. This face, wasn't it the famous Qin Feiyang of the Sky Cloud realm? How could Qin Feiyang be in the sky above the village? He rubbed his eyes hard and looked up again. The young man in the sky didn't change at all. He was one of the legendary figures of the Sky Cloud realm. Junior Shin Dazhuang greets Senior Qin. With a quiver, Shin Dazhuang knelt on the ground with a face full of worship. Senior Qin? Shin Yulin and the others looked at Dazhuang in surprise. Grandpa, little Jia, yes, he is Qin Feiyang who has been guarding the sky cloud realm and protecting the world. Shin Dezhuang roared excitedly. He really didn't expect that one day he would be able to see this legendary figure in person. And it was in their Shin family village. Now, he finally understood why Man Nmo, Long Qin, and Li Feng would appear in the Shin family village one after another. All of this was to protect Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang! Hearing Shin Dezhuang's roar, the people in the village couldn't help but tremble in body and mind. They couldn't believe it to the extreme. Now in the sky cloud realm, even if they hadn't seen Qin Feiyang, they would have heard of the name Qin Feiyang. Such an unattainable figure actually descended in the sky above their Shin family village? They were so shocked that they didn't associate Qin Feiyang with Gu Feng at all. Moreover, based on their understanding of this world, they already believed that Gu Feng was dead. Everyone quickly kneeled down. You can't be rude to Senior Qin, Shin Dezhuang said anxiously. The group of people came back to their senses and immediately knelt on the ground. But at this moment, an invisible force surged and blocked their legs. No matter what, they couldn't kneel down. And Shin Dezhuang, who had already knelt down, was also forcibly lifted up by that invisible force. Qin Feiyang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were black and white, containing a heart-palpitating aura. This was the eye of life and death. But his eyes were extremely calm. I finally succeeded. He murmured and raised his head to look at the blood clouds in the sky with a trace of a smile on his face. This was his heavenly tribulation, the ultimate prodigy of the law of life and death. Moreover, it was also the heavenly tribulation of the law of death and the law of life. Because once he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, it was equivalent to comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of death and the law of life at the same time. The power of the three ultimate meanings of the heavenly tribulation could be imagined. It was more terrifying than any other heavenly tribulation. But there wasn't the slightest bit of nervousness in his expression. Then, he slowly lowered his head and looked at the villagers. The smile on his face became wider. You don't have to be like this. I should be the one thanking you. Thank you? After saying that, he bowed to all the villagers. This caused the entire village to be dumbfounded. What did this mean? They couldn't understand it at all. Rebirth. Haha, I knew it. This kid would definitely do it. Black Tortoise Realm. Brat was also laughing loudly. Fire Dance, Wang Xiaojia, Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, the five-clawed golden dragon, the Dark Guard, the Sword Emperor, and the others all had smiles on their faces. Of course. Seeing Qin Feiyang's rebirth, the happiest people were the Mermaid Princess and Fire Lotus. The two of them grabbed each other's hands tightly and cried tears of joy. Boom! Accompanied by a heaven-shaking thunder, a blood-red lightning bolt descended from the sky. The heavenly might shook the world. The various Dominator divine weapons floating in the sky all felt a fatal crisis. Even the heavenly god sword and the angel sword, the two intermediate Dominator divine weapons, felt the same. Qin Feiyang, you can't go through the tribulation in the barrier. Come out, or the barrier will break. The divine king ghost throne shouted. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Black Tortoise realm returned to his forehead. The universe ring also disappeared in his sea of qi. Then, he took a step forward and flew 90,000 miles. In an instant, he appeared outside the barrier and stood above the various Dominator divine weapons. That's Big Brother Gu Feng's universe ring, Shin Xiejia shouted. Gu Feng, Qin Feiyang murmured. This girl still didn't know that he was Gu Feng? Whoosh! He ignored it for now and activated his 3,000 clones. Senior brother, White-Eyed Wolf, Li Feng, help me go through the tribulation. His voice was like a bell that resounded for 10,000 miles. When the mad scientist, White-Eyed Wolf, and Li Feng heard it, they immediately activated their ultimate meanings. Li Zhongxing, Xiao Shui, and the old poisonous monster looked at each other and activated their ultimate meanings. Let's help him. After all, this is the heaven's tribulation of the law of life and death. Long Chen looked at Long Qin, Yun Xiang, and the masked Shura and smiled. Long Chen was a bit reluctant, but he didn't go against Long Chen's will. Boom! As the ultimate meanings appeared, the 3,000 clones behind Qin Feiyang immediately activated the purple gold dragon's soul and the Eye of Heaven to copy the ultimate meanings of these people. He's Qin Feiyang. Heavenly Lord Ji looked up at Qin Feiyang and murmured to himself. The purple gold dragon's soul, the Eye of Heaven, and now, he had comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. This was too crazy. If he successfully went through the tribulation, even the divine kingdom would have to be careful in the future. What do you think of my descendant? He's good enough for you, right? The young man glanced at Qin Feiyang, and a trace of a smile could be seen on his lazy face. Then, he looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and teased. Descendant? The white-eyed wolf was startled and looked at the young man strangely. Did this bastard pretend to be Qin Batian just to take advantage of little Qin Zi? Heavenly Lord Ji looked back at the young man. Suddenly, he stepped forward and dashed towards Qin Feiyang. I'm here. Don't think about these naive thoughts. The young man activated the moment of time and instantly appeared in front of Heavenly Lord Ji. His terrifying power was released and forced Heavenly Lord Ji to step back. Then, all sorts of ultimate profound meanings were unleashed. He moved the battlefield further away step by step. He did this to prevent Heavenly Lord Ji from making trouble. On the other side, Ryuko and Jiang Yinchuan clenched their hands and stared at Qin Feiyang with undisguised viciousness in their eyes. They couldn't let him pass the tribulation. They had to kill him even if they had to risk their lives. Chapter 40:12. Boom! The two suddenly soared into the sky and rushed toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. Now, Qin Feiyang was outside the barrier, so it was easier to kill him. You are courting death! The heavenly god sword roared. The sword tore through the sky and slashed toward the two. A mere mid-level dominator weapon dares to block my path. Ryuko's face was gloomy. His 3,000 incarnations activated their ultimate intent and charged toward the heavenly god's sword. For ordinary people, a mid-level dominator weapon was like a god. But for Ryuko, who had 3,000 incarnations, it was no threat at all. Even a high-level dominator weapon would have to retreat in the face of 3,000 incarnations. This was the terror of 3,000 incarnations. The heavenly god's sword panicked and quickly retreated. It could sacrifice for Long Chen, but it would never risk its life for Qin Feiyang. No! This was not risking its life. In front of 3,000 incarnations, this was courting death. Swish! But at this moment, Qin Feiyang did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and landed above Ryuko and Jiang Yinchuan. What are you doing? Ryuko was stunned. But before he finished speaking, he understood Qin Feiyang's purpose. Because at this moment, the first heavenly tribulation was whistling toward them. Qin Feiyang took another step and instantly appeared below Ryuko and Jiang Yinchuan. This way, Ryuko and Jiang Yinchuan became his shield. Bastard! Ryuko roared. He was actually using him to help with the heavenly tribulation. It was too late to retreat now because the heavenly tribulation had already descended. The terrifying heavenly tribulation made the two feel as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell. Was this the heavenly tribulation of the ultimate intent of the law of life and death? It was many times more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation of the ultimate intent of the strongest law. He did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly ordered his 3,000 incarnations to control the 6,000 ultimate intents and attack the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Following a deafening explosion, the 10 ultimate intents vanished on the spot. This, not only Ryuko, but Qin Feiyang, Man, and the others were also dumbfounded. One had to know. Back when the God's Slaying Tablet underwent its tribulation, the third heavenly tribulation descended and only shattered 3 ultimate profundities. But now, just the first heavenly tribulation actually directly shattered 10 ultimate profundities. 10 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws were equivalent to 10 low-level sovereign divine weapons. 10 low-level dominator divine weapons were comparable to 1 mid-level dominator divine weapon. In other words, the power of the first heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the full power of the heavenly God's sword and the angel's sword. After all, both the Empyrean God's sword and the angel's sword were mid-level dominator divine weapons. Wasn't this power a little too terrifying? Compared to the God-slaying tablet's heavenly tribulation, it was several times stronger. Without the 3,000 incarnations and the eye of heaven, even Qin Feiyang would have died in the face of such a heavenly tribulation. It really made one's scalp tingle. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you! Being used by Qin Feiyang, Ryuko and Man were enraged. The remaining ultimate intents blasted toward Qin Feiyang. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because I'm undergoing my tribulation. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. He took a step forward and returned to the front of the 3,000 incarnations. His 3,000 incarnations were replicating the ultimate intents of Man and the others. Although they hadn't replicated it yet, their aura was already enough to shake this world. Do you need help? Longchen asked with a smile. Let me try first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. After saying that, the 3,000 incarnations behind him activated the ultimate intents of the karma law and the life and death law, exuding an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Not bad. While the 3,000 incarnations were replicating, they could activate their own intents. The ultimate intents of the karma law and the ultimate intents of the life and death law were all methods that could compete with Ryuko. So, Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang wanted to attack Qin Feiyang while he was undergoing his tribulation, but that was simply a pipe dream. The intents of the two sides crazily clashed together, causing a destructive aura to spread in all directions. The barrier set up by Longchen and the others, as well as the heavenly God's sword and the other sovereign weapons, was constantly being shattered. Not good! Man's expression changed and he shouted, If this continues, the Shin family village will be finished sooner or later. Qin Feiyang also raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Ghost Divine King, immediately take the people of the Shin family village and leave the battlefield. You must protect them well. Understood. The throne of ghosts and deities responded. Then, it swooped down and landed in the sky above the village. It picked up all the villagers and flew away without looking back. Qin Feiyang had been reborn and the will he left behind had also been retracted. So now, everyone could enter the Shin family village. And with the people of the Shin family village leaving, there was no doubt that Qin Feiyang and the others could truly go all out. The sovereign weapons no longer cared about the Shin family village and returned to their master's side. As the last barrier shattered, the Shin family village instantly disappeared into the dust. High up in the sky, the collision of the intents of the laws had also determined the victor. Although Ryuko had lost 10 intents of the ultimate intents when facing the first tribulation, Jiang Yinshuang's 3 intents of the ultimate intents were strengthened by the god race's imprint, and their power was extremely terrifying. So in this confrontation, Qin Feiyang did not gain any advantage. But it was not a complete defeat. He could barely block it. Kacha! The second tribulation descended. Qin Feiyang looked up and frowned slightly. When the tribulation was brewing, he could indeed barely compete with Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang. But when the tribulation descended, it was a bit troublesome. Because while fighting with Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang, he also had to divide a portion of his intents of the laws to resist the tribulation. Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang also realized this and immediately seized this opportunity to activate their intents of the ultimate intents once again, and madly attack Qin Feiyang. Damn it! I can't take it anymore! Men roared angrily, and the power of the source of all evil turned into a blood-colored torrent that flooded the sky and attacked Jiang Yinshuang and Jiang Yinshuang. You really like to meddle in other people's business! Jiang Yinshuang was furious. The 3 intents of the ultimate intents that were attacking Qin Feiyang immediately turned in the air and blasted toward the blood-colored torrent. Boom! The blood-colored torrent continued to collapse, and the 3 intents of the ultimate intents were also dispersing. But Ryuko's 6,000 intents of the ultimate intents did not stop and continued to attack Jin Feiyang. It seems that you still need my help. Long Chun faintly smiled and stepped into the sky with the ultimate intents of the law of spacetime. He activated his domain of divinity and enveloped Ryuko's 6,000 intents of the ultimate intents. Although Jin Feiyang's 3,000 clones were currently copying his ultimate intents and causing his ultimate intents to be unable to be used to kill the enemy, this did not affect Long Chun much. Because as long as he had his domain of divinity, it was fine. Many thanks. Jin Feiyang thanked him, and the ultimate intents of the law of karma and the law of life and death activated by the 3,000 clones behind him immediately turned into a wave that swept across the sky. Boom! The second heavenly tribulation blasted toward the 6,000 intents of the ultimate intents. In just an instant, 20 of the ultimate intents were shattered. Holy shit! This power has really multiplied! The pupils of White-Eyed Wolf and the others shrank. If they were in his place, they would only be waiting for death. Long Chen's pupils also shrank slightly, and he smiled without turning his head. It seems that I still need Brother Qin's help to pass the heavenly tribulation in the future. Jin Feiyang was taken aback and said with a smile, Just give me the order. Although the heavenly tribulation of the ultimate intents was not comparable to the heavenly tribulation of the law of life and death, it was still difficult to pass without the 3,000 clones. Take the heavenly tribulation of the God-slaying tablet as an example. If Jin Feiyang had not helped back then, he would have been obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The third heavenly tribulation appeared. After shattering the power of the source of all evil, Jiang Yinshuang once again charged towards Long Chen's domain of divinity. Treat me as if I don't exist. Lunatic also charged towards Jiang Yinshuang with 2 ultimate intents of the ultimate intents of the ultimate intents. His ultimate intents could not be used to kill the enemy now. However, it was not a big problem for him, because his fist was equivalent to the ultimate intents. The tug-of-war between the 4 began again. But now, it was obviously disadvantageous to Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang. Roar! The White-Eyed Wolf also activated his battle soul again and began to deprive the 2 of their precepts and cultivation. The White-Eyed Wolf did not need to do it personally. He just needed to stand below and watch. And now, no one came to disturb him. Because Heavenly Lord Ji had been forced to the distance by the young man and could no longer be seen. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, Ryuko and Lunatic's precepts would be completely deprived by the White-Eyed Wolf sooner or later. Jin Feiyang looked at this scene and a smile appeared on his face. The luckiest thing in his life was to have this group of companions. In short, no one was more reliable than these people in front of him, including Long Qin. As for Long Qin, to be honest, the moment he woke up, he was really surprised to see Long Qin and the White-Eyed Wolf standing together in life and death. Although this had a lot to do with Long Qin, with Long Qin's character, it was really rare to see such a performance. The third heavenly tribulation fell. 30 profundities of the laws shattered in response. The power of this attack had indeed increased exponentially. The heavenly tribulation of the life and death laws was ridiculously powerful. When the 10th heavenly tribulation came, wouldn't it require 100 precepts to contend with it? 100 precepts was the power of a high-grade sovereign weapon. And one had to know. There were still 89 heavenly tribulations. The power of the last heavenly tribulation was the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. The first heavenly tribulation requires 10 precepts. The second heavenly tribulation requires 20 precepts. When the 98th heavenly tribulation comes, it will require 980 precepts. What the fuck, that's amazing. The White-Eyed Wolf murmured. What is this? Calculate the total of 98 heavenly tribulations. Long Qin said. The total of 98 heavenly tribulations? How does this count? The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. Are you a pig? The first heavenly tribulation requires 10 precepts, right? The second heavenly tribulation requires 20 precepts, right? The sum is added one by one like this. I really don't understand why Fire Dance likes you. Long Qin shook his head. Who are you looking down on? I was just shocked and my brain short-circuited. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly and began to count with his fingers. 1, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Looking at this scene, the corner of Long Qin's mouth twitched. Was this guy here to be funny? He actually started to count. After all, he was someone who had mastered the precepts of the 3 strongest precepts. Could he not be so childish? Chapter 40:13. There's no need to count your fingers. The power of the 99th heavenly tribulation is comparable to 48,510 ultimate mysteries, Yunxiang said. What? That many? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Not to mention the white-eyed wolf, Long Qin, Master Jura, Li Zhongxing, and the others could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they heard this number. Now, they finally understood why no one in this world had mastered the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death. Even if one could comprehend the law of life and death and ultimate mysteries, no one could successfully pass this heavenly tribulation. Did you calculate wrongly? The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and looked at Yunxiang. This number was simply unacceptable to them. You do it yourself! The 1st to 10th heavenly tribulation is a total of 550 heavenly tribulations. The 11th to 20th heavenly tribulation is a total of 1,550 heavenly tribulations. Because the 10th heavenly tribulation requires 110 ultimate mysteries, and the 12th heavenly tribulation requires 20 ultimate mysteries. In total, there are 1,550 heavenly tribulations. From the 21st to the 30th heavenly tribulation, there are a total of 2,550 heavenly tribulations. The 81st to 90th heavenly tribulation is a total of 8,550 heavenly tribulations. As for the 90th to the 98th heavenly tribulation, there are 7,560 heavenly tribulations. Yunxiang was very patient. Why are there so few heavenly tribulations from the 90th to the 98th heavenly tribulation? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Of course there are fewer heavenly tribulations. Because the power of the 98th heavenly tribulation is the sum of all the heavenly tribulations before it, it can only be calculated up to the 98th heavenly tribulation. Yunxiang explained. This arithmetic problem is still a little brain-intensive. The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly and then said in shock. But 48,000 ultimate mysteries is really a terrifying number. No. If all of them are calculated, Qin Feiyang's tribulation this time requires over 97,000 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. Yunxiang shook his head. Why did it double again? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. It's simple. From the 1st heavenly tribulation to the 98th heavenly tribulation, it already requires over 48,000 ultimate mysteries. Just the power of the 99th heavenly tribulation alone requires over 48,000 ultimate mysteries. 48,500 for 2. Isn't that more than 97,000? Yunxiang said. 97,000? Is little Qinzi's copy of the ultimate meaning enough? The white-eyed wolf's eyes trembled. Transcending the tribulation was also extremely difficult. If it wasn't difficult, would the law of life and death be so powerful? As for whether it's enough or not, to be honest, it's still far from enough. Yunxiang shook his head. He himself had the ultimate profundities of 4 supreme laws. The white-eyed wolf had 4 ultimate mysteries. Long Qin had 3 ultimate mysteries. Li Feng had an ultimate profound. The Master Jura only had a single ultimate truth. The lunatic had 2 ultimate truths. Long Qin had 1 ultimate truth. Li Zhongxing and the other 2 had 3 ultimate truths. Everyone had a total of 19 ultimate truths. All 19 ultimate truths had been copied by the 3,000 incarnations, but there were only 57,000 of them. That meant there were still 40,000 ultimate truths missing. Therefore, the 3,000 incarnations had to copy them again. Even Yun Xiang couldn't help but be shocked when he calculated this number himself. Who could survive this? The power of the supreme laws or the sovereign divine weapon was almost fixed at each stage of the tribulation. For example, although there was a slight difference in the first 5 heavenly tribulations, their power would never exceed the 4 ultimate truths. But the power of the heavenly tribulation of the law of life and death would increase with each heavenly tribulation. This kind of heavenly tribulation could only be successfully passed by the 3,000 incarnations and the eye of heaven. Otherwise, unless it was like the divine kingdom, which had enough sovereign divine weapons and enough experts who had mastered the ultimate profundities of the supreme laws. However, speaking of which, did the divine kingdom really have so many experts who had mastered the ultimate profundities of the supreme laws? Yun Xiang was doubtful. Although the divine kingdom was powerful, it wasn't easy to have tens of thousands of experts who had mastered the ultimate profundities of the supreme laws. If there weren't, then it was easy to say. With Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations and the eye of heaven, plus everyone working together, they basically had the ability to fight against the divine kingdom. But if there were so many experts, the situation in the sky cloud realm would still be unchangeable. There was another point that couldn't be ignored. That was the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan and the God Clan. The mark of the God Clan couldn't be treated with standards. And the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan also had 3,000 incarnations. Although they didn't have the Eye of Heaven, they had the advantage in numbers. As far as he knew, there were 3 people in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan who had 3,000 incarnations. King, Heavenly Lord Ji, and Ryuko. And now, he had to count the will of the heavenly path. For example, Heavenly Lord Ji had mastered the ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws and integrated with the will of the heavenly path. His strength naturally couldn't be treated with ordinary standards. If Heavenly Lord Ji was so strong, then the king must be even stronger. If he really had to go to war with the divine kingdom, thinking of this, Yun Xiang couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction of the battle between the young man and Heavenly Lord Ji. He had to ask this young man for help. Because this young man had also integrated with the will of the heavenly path. When little Qin Zi succeeds in transcending the tribulation, we'll immediately charge into the divine kingdom. The white-eyed wolf's voice suddenly rang out. No. I've thought about it. Our strength isn't enough. Yun Xiang quivered and hurriedly looked at the white-eyed wolf. Wait. Behind the king and the others was the ruler of the divine kingdom. Then they couldn't charge into the divine kingdom. Because once they charged into the divine kingdom, it would be tantamount to sending a lamb to the tiger's mouth. What are you afraid of? Let's just do it. The white-eyed wolf snickered. Yun Xiang smiled bitterly when he heard this. He was indeed a fearless person. However, this was also good. At least they could let the divine kingdom see their courage. The sky cloud realm would not allow anyone to invade them. In the sky, Qin Feiyang had successfully transcended the 10th tribulation. Sure enough, as Yun Xiang had calculated, the 10th tribulation consumed a total of 500 and 500 law profound meanings. Frenzy 2 people and Dragon Sun 2 people's battle also caused the sky to turn dark. But in comparison, Ryuko duo was even more anxious. Because the frenzy and Longchen intended to restrain them, otherwise they would disturb Qin Feiyang's tribulation. But Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang had to deal with the frenzy duo while looking for an opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang. At the same time, they also had to face the pressure of being deprived of their cultivation and laws by the white-eyed wolf. This almost made them collapse. Not good! Suddenly, Jiang Yinshuang's face changed. She felt that she could no longer control her cultivation and laws. She would never forget this feeling for the rest of her life. It was the precursor of being deprived. Ryuko also had the same feeling. Let's go! Anyway, he still needs a lot of time to transcend the tribulation. Let's go back to the divine kingdom to find support, Ryuko secretly said. The two decisively turned around, activated Moment of Time, and left without looking back. Where do you think you're going? The white-eyed wolf roared. moment of time was activated and he took a step forward. Because he had already seen that the two were afraid of retreating, he had been paying attention. Get lost! The two roared and attacked with all their strength. The white-eyed wolf was about to use its ultimate meaning to intercept the two, but suddenly remembered that Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations were still replicating, so he immediately dodged to the side. The two did not continue to kill the white-eyed wolf and quickly fled. Shwa! But at this moment, 3 figures suddenly descended from the void. It was 2 men and a woman. The woman looked to be in her 30s. She wore a snow-white long dress, and her hair was tied up high, looking extremely luxurious. There was a clear mark of the god race between her eyebrows. Of the 2 men, one was the monarch. The other was in his 40s. He wore a golden robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon engraved on it. There was no mark of the god race between his eyebrows. Obviously, he was not from the god race. However, one could see the terrifying aura of an emperor behind him. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, the monarch's palm fell, and the white-eyed wolf's war soul was shattered on the spot. Puff! As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the white-eyed wolf quickly retreated to the side of Frenzy and Longqin. Longqin and the others also hurriedly flew into the sky and joined Frenzy and the other 2. Their faces were gloomy to the extreme. The monarch actually came personally. Ryuko noticed the movement behind him. He turned around and was immediately overjoyed. Grandfather! Following closely, he turned around and rushed to the monarch's side. Lord Divine King, Lord Supreme! Jiang Yinchuang was also overjoyed. Divine King? Lord Supreme? Frenzy and the others looked at the Divine King of the God race and Lord Supreme of the human race, and their pupils constricted. The aura emitted by this man and woman was not inferior to the monarch at all. Oh no! Qin Feiyang's face also darkened. With the monarch here, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to successfully pass the tribulation. Ryuko pointed at Qin Feiyang behind the white-eyed wolf and the others and roared with hatred. Grandfather, he has already comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death and is undergoing the tribulation. Quickly kill him! He really comprehended it. The monarch and the other 2 looked at each other. A trace of shock suddenly crawled up their calm faces as they looked up at Qin Feiyang. Monarch, what do you mean by this? Aren't you afraid of the blood oath? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. I'm afraid that his blood oath has already been broken, Frenzy said without turning his head. What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Frenzy said. Before you were reborn, his son, Heavenly Lord Ji, had already arrived in our sky cloud realm. The one who fought with that young man? Qin Feiyang asked. At the beginning of the tribulation, Heavenly Lord Ji wanted to attack him, but he was stopped and forced away by the young man. However, because he was undergoing the tribulation, he didn't ask about these things for the time being. That's right. Heavenly Lord Ji has mastered the ultimate meaning of the 6 strongest laws and has also merged with the will of the Heavenly Tao. We couldn't stop him even if we worked together. If that young man appeared, we would have already died in their hands. And before the battle, Heavenly Lord Ji said that the monarch was in the Divine Kingdom to break the blood oath. Now that he has personally come to the sky cloud realm, this means that the blood oath must have been broken, Frenzy said. Qin Feiyang's heart was surging with waves of shock. How strong did one need to be able to break the blood oath? Since the monarch had broken the blood oath in advance, then he must be here to kill him. It seemed that comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death had completely aroused the killing intent of the Divine Kingdom. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.